You guys are now voice live.
We're voice live.
Yeah.
We're saying that ice melts when heat is applied.
Fuck them folks.
I mean, it's way too apt of a metaphor.
Bitches.
Yeah.
Woo! That was how much? What did we get up to? It was a completed level 2 hype train, I believe. Oh, there's still a minute left. It ain't gonna happen. But there's still a minute left. So we got a level 2 complete. That's pretty cool.
Just enough time for someone else to come in and donate. No.
Why?
If they want, I guess. I don't know. Hey, it's your money. Y'all do what you want. If you want to throw it at us for reasons that you have for yourself, then you're welcome to.
Oh. Sorry,
also, Hyperphase is back. Y'all can't see it, but he's back.
I am. Sorry, we had a light bulb get broken, so I was hoping to clean that up real fast.
Oh,
because you're tall?
No, because it was on the ground and it was
glass.
Oh,
that kind of broken.
Yes, yeah.
So the opposite of because he was tall.
Yeah.
Speaking of money, I think I've stated that I have been playing Saints Row 2022. I think I said that last week.
I don't recall that.
But the standard gangster heist game.
Is it standard? Is it? It's Saints Row.
This one's standard. They tone it back a little bit more, but
lame.
You rob this train, you get the money off of it, and you and your crew are looking at this money and are like, oh yeah, you know what we need to do? Something really, really irresponsible with this money. And they go, money fight! And they grab the bounds of bills and they start throwing the bound bills at each other.
Yeah. See, there you go. It's Saints Row. And you said it was a standard heist game.
Yeah, and then one guy gets a little too heated and he picks up a gold bar and he's about to huck it and they're like, whoa! He's like, oh, sorry, I almost killed you, Kev.
I swear it's just Western Yakuza. Like, it's just...
It is, yeah.
Money. That's...
As much as it gets compared more to GTA, it's very much non-Japanese.
That's who should buy
series.
It. Or the series is Like a Dragon.
Yeah,
like a Dragon, probably Saints Row or something.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be pretty fun.
Because they could match the tone. It's it's a tightrope. All right, face live time. Everybody get faces on. Oh my god! I just looked and you had your faces and now they're off. Guys,
sorry,
I got it on. I got it on.
I was airing it out.
Yeah, it's crooked, man. It's gonna look weird. All right, cool. Yeah, there they are. There's everybody's face. Some of y'all are wearing the wrong. I'll just rearrange you on the screen. Nobody will be able to tell. All right, cool. All right. Ready? Here it is. Face live. I did it correctly. Yes.
Oh, yes.
These are our faces.
The face. It's right here. Check it out.
Hi, everybody.
No scenes.
Everybody being Ellie, but we always love and appreciate you.
That's pretty much everybody, right?
Yeah, that's everybody enough for me.
Yeah, actual faces. It's crazy, right?
Nimbus, don't want my fan.
Yeah.
Dog's just sitting right in front of the fan.
The people with faces doing the tabletop RPG today. Anyway, as you all know, we don't do recaps.
Despite what Wade says. No.
So yeah, he was trying to bribe us to cancel today and just run another Lost Initiative session because he's addicted.
I mean, it's funny because he's live right now.
I mean,
I don't think it was
unless you were a part of
how
that.
Much?
You didn't see
I put it in the chat.
The price was pretty low. It was pretty high.
I put it in the chat and I took a screenshot of that and sent it to him, and then he posted the gif of, so you're saying there's a chance.
I should put it in player discussion.
Yeah. I was like, hey y'all, how much each for us to cancel today? Wade's asking. Yeah, but we'll all see him tomorrow. It'll be fine.
Oh, I was also thinking $50. Yeah.
Each is reasonable. That's 200 total.
Like, to be fair, that is. You know what? Let's not for the pocket watchers out here. It's a reasonable sum to a few of us.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
Perhaps
pizza and
a
gas.
valiant
and, like,
few of us. No, anyway.
Yeah.
So let's get into this. Last time y'all guys were at a crossroads, and there was a devil there, and y'all were like, "We've heard this before. None of us can play fiddle. No deal." So
I play the spoons.
yeah,
Give me a
Sam did
platinum
challenge him to
Sure
play the
you
spoons.
can.
The devil was more of a fork they, and then you guys like misgendered them, and they were like, "Ooh,
Gosh.
ooh."
Panda, this is a challenge for your next
and we
character
kind
to
of got
have
canceled.
performance
So.
Spoons.
Oh,
Just
in
just
real
because
life?
you said that, your next character needs to have performance spoons.
Oh,
Performance spoons, yeah.
Yeah.
I jokingly want to do mouth harp, the bang, bang, bang,
Bang,
bang,
bang, bang,
like
bang,
like thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought about that before.
Anyway, today's stream is proof that cancel culture isn't real. Just don't be a bad person. And don't misgender
Facts.
the devil, because
Also
even though it's the
facts.
devil, you know, even though they don't deserve to be treated with respect, you don't want to disrespect an entire group just to shame the devil. You
Why do they
punch
have the devil,
in
but
their
then they have
nebulous nether regions?
then
And
they
you
have-
know, according to Satanism, sorry, I know I'm butchering that. I'm sorry. Those who worship Satan. The devil can't. I mean, a devil has to ask for your permission. So there's at least that.
I don't
Is
know
it-
if that's actually the case.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
The
that- I'm
Satanic
just
Church.
saying
I don't
it
even think the
was
Satanic
according
Church
to
actually
them.
I don't think the Satanic Church actually worships Satan.
Satan.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
like,
look,
like anarchy.
I don't have
Yeah.
enough chops in this religious
We got any members of the
minefield to
Satanic
say
Church in
anything.
the
So yeah, I say we just soldier right on through that and figure out what we're actually doing.
Yeah. If we do have
well-
members of the Satanic Church in the chat, like, chime in. But otherwise, All right. So yeah, you guys were at a crossroads. You didn't actually meet a devil. That would have been fun, but you didn't. Something else happened. I think you met again.
Yes.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
you're saying that Wellmet is in fact actually a devil. That's what I just heard.
I mean, no.
I mean, she has
but
a shady secret, but we don't know what.
She does have a secret. She does have a secret.
It's knocked over a whole bunch of crap.
You ran into some other people that were hunting bandits. They were hunting rabbits,
Banditos.
you know. That went pretty okay. You got some gear off of them. All of it was very clean and nice smelling, and none of it was gross or filled with bugs. I think that's where we ended. Yeah, I think that's where we ended. Cool. I mean, you also got a night's rest. That's covered. So that's done. Broke camp. Y'all said your bye-byes, and you're gonna head off to Baratsog's to continue your journey to the capital. All right. So we did a little bit of math earlier. You're only about 4 days from Baratsog's, which is the next city over. Baratsog's. And you have plenty of rations to deal with that, but I believe that's where you were going to refuel. We don't really need to go into RP too much at all for that, if any. But let me get us to the map real quick. I'll take us to the regular map, not the big one.
Snail poles up.
Cool. Good. All right, cool. Oh, now I'm on the line. Hold on. I was like, why didn't it change? Why is it the same? There we go. Pat can see it. Yeah. All right, so you're actually over here. I was doing math. But you're headed over here, which is fine. It's 4 days pass. You already have your like chicken circuit to keep Lamia fueled, so that she's not like making headway on her blood points, but she's not going any lower. The chickens are they're chickens. I mean, they're not having a great time, but yeah, they're there.
Yeah, that's something.
And you do make it to Baratsog's. So, that's going to consume 4 days worth of rations for all 6 of you eaters, which is 24. and then you're going to refuel here. So from here, you've got. See, what was our math? Hold on. Are people adding me right now? Of course they are. Player discussion. Okay, so after that, you've got effectively a 10-day trip ahead of you to get to the capital once you get there. So I think, Panda, you were the one tracking the rations?
Mm-hmm.
So how many do you have left once you spend the 4 days worth?
She already told me how many we're spending for the 4 days.
24. Yeah, 6 eaters, 4 days.
Sorry, I have to add them all up because I don't have that total anymore. I did have the total.
I think the total was, what, 51?
Yeah. Yeah, 27. After this trip, we'll have 27.
Yep. 27 remaining, which, is basically 4 days. Well, 5 days if somebody rations, but enough to fully cover 4 days worth for the group, assuming no spell intervention or anything like that. Cool. So, how many rations are you trying to buy in Baratsaks?
That's a great question.
Buy or gather?
It's up to you. You want to spend time or money?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Time or money is pretty much the question.
Well, I think.
Or a little of both.
I'm fine with just kind of trying to get through here as quick as feasibly possible.
So we're buying then.
Yeah, even if that costs a little extra, I'm okay.
Okay.
Just kind of. I don't want to spend more than like a full day here if we don't have to.
Yeah, it's not that it costs extra. It's more like you could stay here and go and hunt and other stuff to get free rations, or you could just buy them, right? So buying them is fine. Slight markup because of the high demand for trail rations, and enough time has passed at this point. It's not. Excuse me. Good lord. Oh, I need to turn my fan off. That's why I got dry mouth. You're going to be looking at 7 silver per ration instead of 5.
Sorry, because I'm rearranging this stuff. Was it here that we were keeping that rain fruit to try and make something here, or was it at the capital that we were waiting?
Excuse me. I forget what the size of Baratsaks is. I think it's also fairly small.
And was here the drug place?
No,
or the
Kanhanlai is the drug
okay.
place.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's where he's gonna cook something. Doesn't have the facilities for it here.
How's the money situation looking?
I mean, we have money.
I mean, for the rations.
That's what I'm saying. We have money.
Okay.
The money we have for rations is about 40 gold to spend. So we should have more than enough to get a couple days worth of rations out easy. How many days is the next town?
If you're
7?
just trying to get to the next town, it's 7 days. Yeah.
7. Okay. So we would need how many rations do we have left, Panda? Because you have the
27.
track of the rations. Okay. So 7 days. There's 5 eaters or 6 eaters.
6.
6. Okay. So then that's 42 rations. is what we need. You said, and if we want to do 1 day's over, which is what we've been doing, that's 48. So we have 20. How many?
27.
27. So we need 21 days worth of rations.
Sweet. Okay. That is. What was it? What did I say? 7 silver?
Something like that. Yes. So 7 silver.
Yes, you said 7 silver.
21 is 142 silver. So 14 gold pieces, 2 silver, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Great. I can mark that off.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. There we go.
So we have 48.
Yes.
We got 48 rations now. Yep.
Correct. All right. And then are you staying the night in Badatsog's, or are you just trying to pass straight through?
I think just 1 night in town will be good. Just pay for a reasonably priced inn for a night.
If we're staying in town for the night, I would ask for me and Verbrong to get me like a deer or something.
So you want to spend some time hunting then?
Yeah, since they'll be doing that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not actually gathering rations at the moment, or making rations.
Yeah.
I would not argue.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take me instead, Sam.
Yeah. I'm just saying that because Chris is, or Panda is, the keeper of the party stuff.
Yeah.
Sam is not.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Sam is technically probably like making sure there's enough food for everybody, but
yeah, that's honestly that's really what Hattie does. That's actually her job.
But yeah,
True.
Though I imagine Sam helps, but
And I helped.
Yeah.
If you wanna spend some time hunting to try to get like something bigger for Lamia, you absolutely can.
Yeah. No, I don't know about larger, but I do still have.
Oh, your
What's
traps.
going on with my eyes?
For
Yeah.
your seal trap.
I think it's a medium.
Yeah, smaller, medium.
Right. There it is. Small, medium, animal trap. Like, it was right below the gauntlets of Ice Bear, and I was like, why can I not see it?
Well, I think if you catch anything in that, it'd only be worth like 1 blood point for me.
Yeah, but if we're going out into the woods, I'm going
medium's
to
man-sized.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, okay.
And small is bigger than a fish. Small is like halfling, that kind of size, right? We're talking like the fishes and squirrels and stuff you're catching are like diminutive or smaller.
Yeah,
that's why
it's like Sherlock's small or something like that. Yeah, Sherlock's huge for a bird.
He's a huge bird because he's small sized. Yeah.
But
so
just
saying, be a larger creature.
We go out into the woods. I can set this trap, go hunting, and it's just a passive. Maybe we get something in the trap or not. You know.
Like an extra thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just have to go set it.
Cool. Yeah. Like we'll go hunting, spend however long we're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
If we're successful or not, we check the trap on the way back, and there's whatever. I don't know how the mechanics work, but I'm assuming there's a percentage chance of it working or not. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah,
it is part of the same skill set. Cool. So
I'm not like out there hunting with a trap. I'm not like running up to a badger trying to put the bear trap on it so it goes
right. Yeah, you're not like running up throwing it at stuff. Like that'd be different.
Sorry,
okay.
I'm now imagining a kobold that has a bear trap on the end of a stick.
God.
Like instead of a net, he's like, oh, it's like a butterfly net, but this is for larger creatures.
Well, that's Panda, horrifying. Next character, kobold, who hunts things with a bear trap on a stick and plays the spoons.
Yeah.
You want me to roll to aid?
Just a second. Okay, so that's what you three are doing. So as in Sam, Lamia, Verbrong. Other than getting the rations, which doesn't take all day. Is Eli doing anything else? It's him,
I'm just
Rahala.
looking for gossip, basically. Just trying to find out what's going on. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. All right, go ahead, and I imagine yours will go quicker because of your trait. So you go ahead and roll the diplomacy.
Diplomacy. And then the D4. There you go.
Nice. Okay. Yep, not very long. Hour and a half, I think, is what that would be. Cool. Where is... Here it is. Okay. All right, so you were able to go around town, just kind of asking people about, you know, what's been going on lately, that kind of thing. Most of what you hear back is, understandably, about the large contingent of soldiers that just move through here and whatnot. You learned that a pretty good number of them came not just from here, from Banatsog itself, but a bunch of the like nearby villages and thorps and hamlets and such that are just kind of scattered around. That a lot of them gathered here and left with probably that group that you saw over east. That happened fairly recently. So there is there's a little bit of a somber mood to a lot of like the social spots here, because it's not the biggest place. Everyone kind of knows everyone. It's less than 2,000 people. So you pick up on that pretty quickly. You do get recognized over, you know, the course of time of you kind of chatting with people and whatnot. And since I'm assuming you're not trying to be super discreet, like occasionally your name getting out or being recognized, that kind of thing. They don't know you super well like they do out in the East, but they know of your business. Yeah. And something that you might be a little bit surprised to learn is that it's a pretty open secret that your business competes with Dorat Acquisitions.
Okay.
And like now that you're starting to hear it more openly here, it clicks that like you may have heard tidbits of this in other places that you've asked around about. It just was never really overtly stated. Like maybe people didn't realize that you wouldn't necessarily know that that's like a well-known thing. Like they treat it as like, oh well, obviously. But you also realize that means that they severely overestimate the size of your organization.
Right.
Like people are surprised to learn that you're like 6 people. Yeah. That's everyone.
It's 6 people and a guy in an office. Yeah, exactly. That's
exactly.
The company.
So you do get to learn that like there's kind of this like open competition. Okay. With that being said, people don't realize how hostile it is necessarily.
Okay, yeah.
They just think it's more like, you know, you're kind of in the same business. They realize Dorat Acquisitions is a larger business than yours, but just not by how much it is and how like aggressive their tactics are acting against you.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that's obviously not clear. Whether you choose to make it clear or not is up to you. But
okay.
But like you definitely will learn that that's kind of going on. But this being a pretty small town, when it starts to get out that, you know, you're actually a small business, like legitimately, you're the equivalent of a mom and pop shop. It's just that you're a fucking orphan, so you can't exactly have mom and pop, but you can have the same feel.
Shop? Yeah, that's yeah.
So once that starts to get out and whatnot, you can kind of tell that you get that like underdog status among people that are like, they're kind of rooting for you. Some of them by like, you know, offering work and that kind of thing, not as in like they're trying to get something out of your rivalry, but literally like they think that might be the way to support you.
Oh yeah.
So you might even end up running a couple of what for you would be incredibly small errands around town. If you want to go ahead and roll me a quick profession check, you might actually earn some money here.
Okay. Let's do it.
Nice. Okay. Like I said, not a very big place. Despite that, and Eli might have a better grasp of this than what some people might, even our viewers. You gain 23 silver pieces.
Ooh, nice.
That's a lot for a place this size. Like, obviously people are going out of their way to try to like pay you more, pay you what you're worth, that kind of thing, when they really can't afford it overall. Like, they're scrounging things together, or like, oh yeah, can you go find this other thing, that kind of stuff, right? So you do end up working a few hours, but you do earn some money, and you end up finding out that not finding out, your night at the inn is effectively comped. It's not a luxury place, let's be clear, you know. They give you the cleanest straw stuffed mattresses they can, but this isn't like, but it's still a place to sleep. Thank you. It was like clicking. Yeah. So you get you don't have to pay for your evening or anything like that.
Cool.
And that is taken care of. So with the rest of you, let's get your survivals done. So the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna have Sam. I need a knowledge geography from you.
Here comes the all-important question: woods or plains?
Unfortunately, you're in hills. You're in hills and bad Sogs. Yeah.
Just checking.
So 13. 13's not bad. You keeping that?
It sucks, but yeah.
Okay. Cool. So you think you find a pretty good spot for it, for where you guys should actually set out for your hunt. And then, of course, the first order of business is like getting that trap set. So I just need a 1 second. I believe for you. 1 second. Because you don't actually know any ranger traps. That's not your class. I'm just double checking what how to set the DC. Okay. So in your case, it'll be a straight wisdom check.
Wisdom?
Yeah. Nice.
That's not bad. Yeah, for straight wisdom, that's not bad.
Yeah, keeping a 15.
Mm-hmm.
That is not bad at all. Alright, so you get the trap set. Try and do that kind of as early as possible, because you know you're going to be out here for a few hours, and it'll give you a chance to check it. Come back to town, check it again in the morning if there's nothing in it, and then you'll head out. But you get that done. Then you guys are going to set out and try to get something a little bit more substantial for Lamia. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's get the aid rolls done first. Lamia, go ahead and roll survival. So that'll be a +2. Go ahead, sorry.
Does anybody else above her will see horse?
Yeah, I accidentally had myself as horse. I had to refresh.
Oh, that's pretty great.
Yeah,
the horse rolled pretty decent.
The horse did indeed roll pretty good. Okay.
Well, I was thinking like, what's going on here?
That. I did not notice that.
Okay, sorry.
I can also roll as the horse, but I'm not gonna. I'll roll as Varbra. Where is he at? There he is. Oh yes, this is really good. Hold on. Ranger, he's... Yeah, underground is his favorite terrain, not hills. Cool. Okay. Excuse me. God dang it.
Well, we're getting a pretty good average. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
13.
normally you can't stack the aids, so but instead of a +2, I'll say it's a +3 now.
Okay.
Not that you needed it, but for your survival. Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that with the +3?
Yeah.
Did need it. What the hell?
There's a 5 on the
24,
die.
nice. Keep the 24.
Ellie did give us a 6-pack.
Okay. Okay. A 27. All right.
That's all the info I needed. Was like, hey, we just recently got a bunch. Yeah.
That
like,
is
oh.
plenty.
It's like, man, just like being unsuccessful in hunting in real life. I don't want to be unsuccessful in hunting in video games or games, I guess.
Right.
Technically, this is digital, so it's a video game.
I mean, we're
yeah.
broadcasting with our
Game on video. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a game on video. There you go. Yeah.
It's not a great descriptor, but it is a descriptor that is correct.
It is somewhat accurate.
Okay. You do find a stag.
Oh, Ellie asks if snails will roll over into the next campaign.
Ooh.
Snails, yes. Snails are just for the whole channel, so they will be there.
I'm assuming boots,
obviously luck and stuff like that won't, but yeah, snails will. Cool. So you find a stag, and it does seem to notice you guys, but let's see. That'll be Sam. I'm assuming you're gonna take a shot at it to try to fell it really quick.
Needed alive.
Yeah, but you could like shoot its leg.
Yeah, cripple the animal.
Yeah.
I mean, you could try to shoot non-lethally. It'll be a -4.
No. What am I? I'm just shooting it with whatever I have.
Yeah, whatever arrow you'd like to try to hit it with, or you can cast a spell or whatever else, right?
No, looks at entangle.
That is a spell.
It is. It's crazy. It's a spell you have.
I'm just gonna do. Should I just do one attack roll, or should I do a full attack?
I would say just one good shot.
Okay.
Yeah, because a full attack might obliterate it.
Get a little Exodia over here.
Yeah, it's also not like a full round. It's like a surprise. So,
Surprise!
Yeah, can't full attack enough surprise round.
Okay, so it is for this roll, a regular stag, as far as we know, correct?
As far as you can tell, yeah, this is just a regular stag. Yeah.
Don't jinx us like that.
I'm going to add my favored enemy animals to it.
Yeah.
As well as, which I think is just a 2. I'll have to look at it again. No, this one be 4. Okay, yeah. Because I have 2 of them at 4 and one's just at 2.
Yeah, I think Undead is the one you left it to.
Yeah. Because we haven't ran into him again. Yet.
Yeah, they're not meant to be very plentiful. Oh yeah, 22 definitely hits. Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
I'm hovering over the Deadeye arrow. I'm like, be funny. I'm not going to, though. It's also added to damage.
Nice.
That's a lot.
13 points of damage. Almost brings it down in one shot. You know you got it really good, it of course takes off, but leaves this trail of blood behind it. Go ahead and roll me another survival check. I don't even think you can fail it at this point to track it, but we'll roll it anyway.
Also because I have tracking
track.
shit.
Yeah.
Ellie asked for snails.
Oh, I see.
A lot.
Yeah, a fuck ton. Okay.
Especially after all the other stuff that I didn't add into that.
Yeah. Yeah, you are very easily going to keep up with this thing. Give me 1 second to give her snails. But you guys continue through the woods. Sam is very easily able to like track this like blood trail. You guys keep back a little bit because you're trying to get it to stay alive, right? And you know that if you are too persistent, like especially Sam knows, if you stay on its trail too heavy, it will run itself to death. It can happen, or it could like run into a tree and break its neck or something. You're wanting it to just tire out and collapse. So you stay back, and like you'll spot it, and then like occasionally like rustle or something, and just have it not necessarily spot you, but leave the area to keep burning its reserves until it finally just can't keep going.
I'll explain it the way that my dad explained it to me. After you shoot a deer, you gotta wait a while because it doesn't know it got shot. So it's just like, I don't feel good. I'm gonna lay down, and then it dies. So then you go look for it, which is kind of sad. Like if you shoot a deer and it doesn't instantly drop, from hitting its heart or whatever. Like get along or whatever, So it's not like what you're aiming for, but all that's in the general area. So
yeah. So it takes another, not even really a full hour. Like it was a really good shot. You hit it with. So not even a full hour later, it's already like laying down to the point where like it can't even get back to its feet to run off. It is still a wild animal, so if you approach it too reckless, it could get bad. I don't know how Sam wants to approach, if you want to try to get it calm or anything before that, or are you waiting to hope it just passes out before it dies or anything and gives Lamia some time, or do you want to try to do something there?
Well, I'm trying to think of mechanically. It makes me wish I had a sling with sling bullets, because no bleeding, would have been best. Would have been internal bleeding, I guess, technically. But
well, to be fair, like the arrow's still in it. It's not gushing blood, but there's enough that it leaves a trail, right? Or like scraping against leaves, that kind of thing.
I am not going to speak with animals to it, because that's fucked. This is just meta knowledge for me, the player. You're just going to kill this thing, right? Okay.
I'm going to drain as much as I can, and then we'll make the top jerky that isn't isn't very good to eat.
Top
but
jerky
hey, it's
something else. But yeah.
Well, because you can put it on top of the other jerky to make.
That's one way to
So it's a top jerky.
Okay.
I thought it was like when your significant other gifts you a thing of cheese and meat.
A charcuterie board?
Yeah. Anyway, I'll approach and call him like.
Not what he was saying.
And
are you just gonna try to calm it down? Or
yeah.
Okay, give me an animal.
Until it, calming words. Handle animal. Hey, not bad for a charisma-based one.
Oh wait, and you also have wild empathy. That's right.
Do I?
I forget. Yeah, yeah. You're a ranger. You have wild empathy. So I think handle animal's still more appropriate for this, but maybe not. Let me double check.
Oh. Rangers can improve the initial.
And is learning things about his own class.
Look, man, I don't read this one very often.
In fairness, it hasn't come up very much. So
yeah.
It basically lets you like do diplomacy with animals, but it's not the diplomacy skill. It's your level plus your charisma bonus.
Yep.
Yeah. That is honestly probably more fitting, but you rolled really good, so I don't want to mess you over on that. So we'll use your same roll. So you rolled a 15, and then you're level 10, right?
Yeah. So
and then no charisma bonus.
Yeah, no charisma.
Okay, so that's a straight 25. Yeah. You want to keep 25?
Yeah.
Okay. As you approach this deer, very cautiously, he's like saying, a few words here and there. Unconsciously, you're not really like focusing on what words you're saying. Lamia, you don't understand whatever language Sam is speaking. That's a new one for you. But it does seem to be working. Like it kind of thrashes around a little bit. But then it seems to get calmer and calmer as Sam gets up close to it. You get to the point where you can get to it and you can actually reach out and touch it. And you were able to like kind of pet its head a little bit. And it does seem to finally kind of drift off. It's still breathing, but it's shallow. It's obviously still very wounded, but it does go to sleep.
Cool. It's gonna wake up very soon.
Or it'll never wake up again.
Yeah, or maybe not because two. It's
very hurt.
Yeah.
Lamia will consume as many blood points as she can.
Okay. Let's see. I'm double checking a thing here. That is. So it had. Shit, how much damage did you do before? 13? Okay. It's weird math because I have to like factor in its HP and its like when its con drops. So that's you can get 3, just barely.
Wow, 3! That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I will take those 3. Okay, I feel a little better where I am at.
Oh no, it's I'm sorry, you can only get 2.
Okay.
You can barely get 2 before it dies.
I still feel a little better than where I'm at. Not full, but still a bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, that still puts you ahead for the day. 2 ahead, since you're otherwise breaking even.
Mm-hmm.
But it does, it does expire. Which I imagine at that point, obviously Sam was sitting there keeping it calm. Varbron would like have come over to like hold it there whenever you bite it and that kind of thing. And then Sam continues to keep like kind of get it to relax as like the blood is getting drained from it is not necessarily a painful thing innately, but it is like it doesn't understand what's happening. But with him there keeping it calm and it being kind of held still, it does eventually just, it becomes no longer lucid, and then it finally stops breathing, and you can tell like the blood goes a little bit sour as soon as that happens. Oh, you know what? No, you do get a third because you get one round. That last round before, like, because you get one round after it dies that it's still viable, and that's the one round you need.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
So it dies, and then you get like one more big draw before it starts to go sour, and you get to pull away really quick. Cool. You did it. You killed a stag.
Yep. All right, let's strip it, make some pitiful jerky, and let's get back to town. Thanks,
Field
guys.
dress is the appropriate term.
Yes.
I'm a fighter. I don't need to do appropriate terms.
Look, there's a
for
difference
anything.
between stripping and dressing. All right, they're opposites.
It's true. But yeah, you would say field dress. But yeah, you guys do that.
Well, field
You don't have
dress
to
is
roll for
taking
that
it home.
part.
Technically, if we're leaving the carcass here, we're gonna be cleaning it completely here, which I wouldn't want to do because nature's gross.
Because nature's gross.
It kind of is, yeah.
Yeah, when you don't want to cross contaminate meat and get a bunch of dirt and stuff you don't like. Oh, we'll just set it on this nice patch of grass here. It'll be fine. You didn't know that was poisonous. Yeah, poisonous grass or whatever, like
very recently everything pooped there. Everything.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in Setsegia it's always raining, so
yeah, it's like that's less of a worry here. Which is why like you can drink rainwater without boiling it, that kind of thing. People probably still do, but you don't necessarily have to. There's just not enough toxins in the air because it's constantly raining. But anyway, you guys get it. You guys get it field dressed. Carry the remains and stuff back. Again, doesn't really add to your rations too much. Like it might make them feel a bit more filling, substantial wise, but like the nutrients aren't there. So you can still add it to stuff. It's just meh. Excuse me. Cool. So you guys get that done. You're a little bit more ahead on your blood points now, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
And you get back to find, Eli's got you a place to stay.
Nice. Good job.
Cool. Oh, I do what I can.
Do we check the trap? Sorry.
Oh, yes. When you come back to the trap, there's nothing in it yet. So you'll check it again in the morning. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. You're right.
Okay. Sorry. That was one of those things I'm like, did he say it and I was just not listening?
Nope, forgot to say it.
Okay.
Yeah, you check it on your way back. Nothing yet, so you'll come back in the morning. Okay. Sweet. Anything else before you guys sleep that night? Or rest, whatever.
I don't think so. No. Excuse me.
I don't think so either.
Cool.
I think we're in business mode.
All right. So you rest that night.
Lamia does not.
Okay. Well, you don't sleep, but you rest. Yeah. You don't necessarily. You're not out doing stuff.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do. So, but you get
That's
your
fine.
rest.
I was just clarifying.
Yeah. Those of you who recover hit points overnight, you may recover your level plus your con bonus.
What?
And any daily abilities, you also recover. And you may prepare new spells. Alright, then you guys head out gray and early in the morning, because it is a stormy day. I know. I'm saying that in Setsegia. Woo, storms, what's new?
The storms.
But it is getting worse. Sam, if you want to go ahead and roll another survival check to try to read the weather. Let's see what you're going into here.
I was choosing my spells and I saw read weather on there. I'm like, yeah, no, that would be...
It is, well, it's in the morning. So it's like, you could be like, damn, the rain's picking up. I might want to ask for that gift. You know, that kind of... You can absolutely do that.
Right. Because otherwise I was going to take diagnose disease again.
Yeah. Like, you take an hour to, like, actually prepare your spells. So, like, you can dynamically do things. That's up to you if you want to do that.
Man, it's terrible outside. You know what? I'm going to open up the news app real quick and before I drink my coffee. I almost clicked Dream Feast. Read weather. Spell level. Spell level is the level of the spell I'm casting, correct?
Correct, yes. Yeah, not the caster level, the actual level of the spell.
I was just double checking. I haven't been doing that wrong this entire time. That
one costs money.
Oh, does it? Ooh. You know what? Never mind.
It's a one-time cost. Is
it on some guys?
You see, it's a focus. That F is for focus, not for material component. So it just means you need that thing in order to cast it, but it doesn't get expended like a material component.
Well, I've cast it before.
Have you?
Yeah, when we were up north.
Okay, then we already addressed this.
Yeah, we've probably already gone through this.
Then yeah, you would have already had to spend the gold.
I haven't used it in months.
Knowing how I operate, I'm fine with assuming that we already paid the gold cost then, because I would have brought it up then.
So I think I went with just because I thought it was cool.
Yeah, you might just put whatever it is in your inventory just so that we don't have to go right over this in the future.
True.
That's fine. Okay, spell allows you to forecast the weather at your location for the next 48 hours, providing you with advance warning of storms, tornadoes, and so on. The forecast reveals only the weather that would arise naturally and does not take into account any magical occurrences that might change the weather.
Like storm warnings.
That last part is not saying that like if the weather is supernatural, it doesn't work. It's saying like it doesn't tell you that somebody's going to cast control weather tomorrow, right? It can't predict that, but
yeah.
Cool. So that gives you the next 48. All right. So Sam, you'd be very certain that. Because it tells you for this location, so you know the weather that's going to hit here in the next 48 hours. If you, assuming you're casting it here because we got it rolled already, you know that the weather here within the next day, just under 24, maybe 22, 23 hours in advance, is going to be about as bad as you've seen it in Setsegia so far. Like, remember when you guys were heading towards the mine and it was just awful? You think that's what's coming. In fact, you're certain it is with the guidance of your spell. That's going to hit in the next 24. And then that is going to continue until the end of the spell's insight. So in that next 48, it's going to still be that bad.
Okay.
So you guys are reaching the final quarter of summer.
Yeah. Let's see. I was going to physically stand up and start gesturing to the posters behind me, and I'm explaining it to the team members, like I'm some kind of forecaster. But I won't. Yeah. Because I looked around, I don't have a colorful stick to point at the screen with. Yeah. So, yeah. So this is in character now, even though I'm tired. The weather was not looking great, so I did one of them read weather spells that I got. I did up north a while back, for the blizzard stuff. It's gonna be pretty bad for the next at least 2 days.
Are you recommending not to move on? Lamia glances at Verbrong, not nervously, but
you said it was when we were going to the mines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is about the worst weather you've seen as far as just basic Setsegia, yeah. Not counting the unclaimed area where it's snowy.
Yeah. I'll bring that up. So I'm thinking about the mine level or somewhere around there. At least, my ability only lets me see about 2 days. So normally I think that we could push through it, but I can only see 2 days, and it could get worse.
Right.
I don't want to get halfway where we're going and then just get hit by a storm that blows us all the way back to Saigon,
I don't believe I've ever heard that is possible. Actually, you're more apt to die if something
I'm
picks
built
you up.
But
But we were able to make it to the mines, even though it was nasty.
yeah. But like, I don't remember how long we were in the storm getting to the mines. Was it several days or was it?
Yeah.
Several days.
And there was a couple of times where you just hunkered down and stayed put once you found like a good spot.
Yeah, because we were trying to go through and find it, but a few times you're like, I think I lost track of where we were going.
Yeah, and I think we were like racing against time for that as well. I mean, technically we were here as well, but we were trying to beat other people there. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah. I mean,
now granted, now you can see through rain. You know, the storm won't block your vision.
Yeah.
You specifically though.
But
so that helps. But
I'm not the one pulling the wagon. I'm the one guiding the things pulling the wagon.
Yeah, and you didn't have a wagon or any of that stuff last time, so
I think even if we just hang out another day, if possible, I can check the forecast again tomorrow. And if it doesn't seem like it's getting worse, then we can try and head out if you want.
But if it is getting worse, then we are stuck.
Yeah. I'd rather be stuck in town than be stuck out in the wilderness with a terrible, awful storm around us.
Would trust a decent cave more than these shoddy buildings.
I mean, that is true. We could find pretty good shelter out there, and we could still be progressing to our destination.
I don't know if we'd find caves on the way.
Well, it's kind of hilly, right?
You're in the hills.
Yeah.
You're in the hills, and in Setsegia, caves are common. Caves you'd want to take shelter from in like a rainstorm, maybe not all the same, right? Because you don't want something that goes too deep because it'll flood out. But there's a lot of them.
You know, I mean, leave it to y'all. I know Borbong sounds like he wants to keep going. Sounds like you want to keep going. Yeah.
That is my vote, yes, but I'm also not the expert.
Yeah, I'm not an expert either, but I will say that towns at least have food. Yeah. And if we have to hunker down in a cave for 2 days, that does alter our amount of rations needed.
Who's all here for this conversation?
I would assume all of us. Yeah, I would assume everybody.
Everybody's here?
Well, hold on. Everybody except Giovanni is here because I feel like he's going to have some not good things to say right now.
So that's what I was going to bring up.
You're talking while he's working on the cloak.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I was going to bring up Rahala and Giovanni. I mean, Rahala, I know you can handle it pretty well.
No, her vote is absolutely to stay here. Let's not make mince words out of.
Look,
sorry,
I'm
sorry, Rahala. I'm speaking over you.
I don't know. I have to leave it to you. I think I'd rather err on the side of safety, especially given the carriage and all of that stuff. Like, if it gets too windy and all that, that could topple. There's other problems that could come up. But I don't
the chickens could just, fly the coop. Or the coop could literally fly the chickens.
Would be either. Neither of which I like, but I think the second is worse.
Yeah, at least in the first one we have a coop.
Yeah.
So Sam, you could, if you'd like, you could spend some time going out and using Survival to try to read the weather and see if you can get a little bit more insight into
I can do that.
What you might find out.
Let me see what the non-magical part of me says. Okay. I mean, back where I'm from, we just kind of hang out on the porch and look at the clouds, and we're like, "Yep, that's a storm. I wonder if it's headed this way. Let's watch it."
When you walk outside, there are literally people doing exactly that. I
Oh,
was ready to describe it. You can see there's a lot of people out on their porches, just kind of staring out. Some people are on their roof,
absolutely not.
Well, because it's not
Yeah.
here yet. They're looking into the distance, because right now it's rainy as hell, but you're not getting hit too much with the wind yet. So you can see some people out there just try to stare out, try to get a good look, but they can't see that well. You can though, which is nice. And you can kind of hear people kind of shouting back and forth, just like, "Hey, it looks like it's getting worse," and some others like just kind of talking about what you already know. But they don't seem, based on like the bits of conversation you're hearing, they don't necessarily have the severity down like you do. And you've been in enough of these like little towns and things before that that normally this is when you'd see like a shaman or something like that kind of running around, or a group around them, and they're probably doing something like read weather, or at least just using their skills to like forecast this type of weather. But you don't see that. You don't see a shaman at all.
Before I do a survival check, was it survival or it doesn't matter.
It is
before I do
survival,
any check, I'm going to bring that up. Y'all are looking at the weather too. Do y'all have a what do y'all call it here? Shaman? No. Yeah.
It would be a shaman. Yeah.
Shaman blah blah.
That
It is a very general term in Setsegia.
Normally does this kind of stuff for y'all with magic and whatnot, predicting.
It's you're just asking a random person.
Yeah.
One of them's like, "Yeah,
ain't y'all got a Doppler here?" Like, no. But yeah.
We did have a shaman, yeah, but well, he passed not too recently. We ain't had a chance to get a new one. He had an apprentice and such, but they're not in the village, or they're not in the town today. They're a little further out west at one of the little villages out there, doing some, one of them, like a spirit quest, going out and.
Oh yeah.
They're supposed to be back soon, hopefully. I mean, that's looking pretty bad. I hope they get ahead of it.
I'm a little gifted myself, and I read some bones, and it looked like it was going to be real bad for. I can only see about 2 days. Real bad for 2 days. Unknown after that. So I came out here to see if I could try and get a wind of what's going to be like after that. But
it's supposed to be bad, like how bad? Because I mean, it looks like it's going to be maybe a little worse than this.
I would be able to predict on like storm severity of like, oh, it's taking thatch off roofs, like shingles or whatnot, or it's moving, breaking limbs off trees. Like I can do a degree of whatever, like
yes,
that, correct?
For sure, yeah.
I'll describe it that way then, if how bad it's going to be.
Okay, so you do that, then he seems to be listening. You can kind of get the sense of just like he's trying to weigh like how seriously to take what you're saying. You don't look like a shaman. You look like a hunter, right? But
yeah.
And then you hear somebody else yell something like, "Hey, that's Sam Goodbean." Like, "Oh, you're with that group? Oh yeah, you probably know what you're talking about, huh? Okay.
Hey,
look,
you see a poster around here? No,
poster. Yeah, no. Says, okay. Yeah, I'll get word around. We'll start getting stuff ready for it.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Yeah, I guess things will be a little slow for a few days.
Yeah, me and my group, we were going to try and head out. We were trying to head west. And about 4 days till the next town. And I'm thinking we could weather it, but if it gets worse, because my abilities don't let me see 2 days or figure out the gist of it for 2 days. I don't want to be caught out there.
You're gonna try to get past the curve, huh? Well, I mean, I can tell you from other folks who've run through here, you can give it a shot, but if y'all gonna do that, you need to leave quick and travel fast, because we're kind of right on it. So right where it goes from more east to west to like a northeast.
Yeah,
lilt,
follows the
you know what I mean?
landscape. Yeah,
yeah. So
hills and mountains.
You might
and
be
such.
able to. I don't know how fast your beasts of burden move, but I would get going quick. You might skip breakfast.
Well,
But of course, you can still make your roll and determine that better.
Yeah. I'll look, see, and maybe if I can figure out something, it'll help me convince my friends to stay a day at least. Enough time to check it again tomorrow,
Yeah. Well, you might decide quick. I'm gonna go ahead and spread around what you said. And He's like takes off, yells up to the guy at the roof. Hey, start. Starts yelling at him different stuff to do with the buildings. They've got a lot of these cottages and stuff have like slightly raised like foundations and whatnot, but they have like slats and things over them that they need to go and lift and like do stuff to the roof. They got like a bunch of preparations to make. Getting animals inside, all that kind of stuff. So he's out there like yelling, and you can see that like people are starting to like move and bustle a bit more in the town rather than just kind of looking out and like trying to analyze. They seem to take what you said pretty seriously.
Nice. So just a nature check?
It's survival.
Survival.
Mm-hmm. It's survival.
30 total.
30 is quite good. Normally it's way harder to read weather in Setsegia, but thanks to your new abilities, you get base DC. So that is... Okay. So base DC is 15, and then by every 5, you get an extra day ahead. So at 15, you predict 1 day, which you already knew. It's going to be bad. At 20, you get day 2, which your magic already told you. It's going to be bad. At 25, you get the 3rd day. It's still going to be real bad. And at 30, you get an additional day. Pause there for a second. So you do end up having to get up on a roof. You didn't want to, but you see like that guy's climbing down. You're like, you mind if I get up there for a second? He's like, no, be my guest. They put the ladder back up and let you climb up there and look for a little bit. And you can imagine that like for them, the reason he's up there so long is just because it's so hard to see, to get like a bead on anything of like how the clouds are moving and whatnot. But for you can see pretty far because there actually is a bit of daylight kind of peeking out in the distance and stuff. Like you actually have a pretty good vision because the mist and like the raindrops and stuff don't do anything to you. And you definitely see where all these storm clouds are that are rolling in. So there's good news and bad news. The good news is you think that guy is right. You set out early and you move fast. You might even have to push a little bit, but you can probably get ahead. Like, I won't call it ahead. You can get outside of the path of this storm. Because if it had reached you or if you had been like a day late or something, then no. But right now you could probably do it. But if you wait, bad news is it looks like that 4th day is going to be even worse. Because whatever is going on out there, whatever's rolling in from the most distant part of your vision, you imagine is probably out over the water. That is impenetrable.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough like debris or whatever else going on that it's a wall out there.
It's Godzilla. It's kaiju.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. I got magical beasts. I can handle it. No.
Yeah. Like, this place, because they can make preparations, like, if it's as bad as, like, you're kind of imagining it'll be, there's probably going to be damage, but at least they'll be, like, hunkered down and ready for, like, the storm to hit, so hopefully, like, nobody gets hurt. And thankfully, they're not in the woods, so you don't have to worry too much about, like, trees and stuff. Some could get, like, blown, like, debris and stuff could get blown this direction, but, like, if everybody's inside, there's not, like, a lot of windows and things around. They should be okay, but being on the road is bad. Honestly, you're thinking, like, alone, like, a single rider heading east could probably make it to, what's the other town you just left?
Delgi.
Could probably make it to Delgi, before the storm overtakes them or anything. Like, it might be good for somebody to, like, take a horse and head that way to ward people off the fucking roads if they can. Just because that's the direction it's going to be moving. You guys are in Westerlies, so it's going to sweep through, hit here, and curve up, but it's going to get a lot of that road you just took, and then head north.
Shit. Okay. Sitting here. All right. He scratches his chin for a minute and then slides back down the ladder. And doesn't run, but kind of walks with purpose back to the inn that we're staying at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gotcha.
Opens up the door and goes, well, it's gonna get worse.
Cool. Great.
In about 4 days. So, I was talking to some guys out there as well. I don't like this idea, but if we leave, like, now, we might be able to get ahead of it.
I mean, that sounds the most reasonable. Plus, we would have, if we don't leave now, we'd be here past 4 days, is what you're saying?
Yeah, but that's barring any problems. That's if we're pushing our animals. That's where we're booking it. All right, we're not taking it slow. So if we, like, break an axle or something happens to one of the carts and we're stuck, we're still stuck. Like, we're not going to be doing it safely, like we have been. I'll let y'all think about that. I gotta go look around town and see if anybody's headed east, because I gotta tell them as well. So I'll let y'all decide on what. I'm not keen on trying to beat it, but we could do it if we're he kind of glances around, and he's like, if we have to. This is me. I'm gonna go see if anybody's headed east, that way I can get word to them to tell them, like, yo, if you're headed east, you need to go fast and let people know. So
So Sam, you're gonna focus on doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I should interrupt if you guys are RPing around it. I'll wait.
Or I'll let y'all decide now if you want. If, like, or we'll stay here if y'all want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, I had assumed you left, to be honest.
Yeah.
Sure. If he thinks the only way we're going to get out of here is if we go now, then when he gets back, we probably need to actually go. Because
I
4
agree.
days is too long of a layover to be stuck here. That said, I think I'm going to go rustle up a bit more rations just in case before we leave. So while he's doing that, I'm going to run out and get us just another day's worth of rations.
Okay. I guess Yovain isn't in here, so I'll tell him that we're going to be on the road pretty quick.
Yeah.
Another day, which is six rations per day, correct?
Yes.
6, yeah.
I'm assuming he gets those fine and pays for them.
Sorry, what?
He finds those fine.
Oh yeah.
How much were they per ration? Sorry.
You're spending
7 silver.
4 gold, and 2 silver.
Well, that was what I had spent originally, but am I spending extra for this other day's worth that I'm going to get?
Same amount. Yeah, 4 gold, 2 silver for 6 days.
Okay.
It's, yeah, 7 SP each.
Okay.
I don't have to RP it because I need to use the bathroom, but I just want to. Can I find anybody headed east?
Oh yes. Give me a quick perception for Sam.
20.
Yes. Yeah, you will find someone. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming you give him that same warning. That's fine. Yeah. So that's what Sam's doing.
I'll tell it because I think everybody hears, or everybody in this town would be like, "Oh yeah, we look out for each other." You know, we're not gonna just be like, "Fuck those guys, I'm going east." You know.
Yeah, they kind of
let them know to tell the news of like, "Yo, don't come this way. It's gonna be bad. You probably need to turn back unless you can get here within the end of the day or whatever." You know.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Yeah.
Cool. So he's running off to do that. And then you guys, I'm assuming, are just so obviously Eli's getting those rations real quick. And yeah, Eli, when you go out there, it's pouring. It's definitely not the worst you've seen it. It's not as bad as when you were headed to the mines, but like that like little bit of the reminder of what it was like then, just with it getting bad, is like, oh fuck, dude, here it goes again. It's like in Oklahoma, every time we get a tornado warning, it's like, why am I here? Why do I stay here? Why did anyone settle in this fucking state?
Bro. And it has not stopped raining for like a freaking month and a half.
Nope.
It's just so stormy.
Yes. And then, so Lami, you're going to go tell Yovane.
Yes.
Okay. Do you just tell him, hey, we're going to be leaving quick, you gotta get your stuff together, we're going to be gone? Or do you give him like the whole, like, hey, here's the whole situation?
She's not, honest. So if he ends up asking him like, hey, why are we leaving real quick? And then she'd be like, yeah, there's going to be a storm coming. We're going to try and beat it.
Oh, if you'd rather take the RP, we can. So you can determine how you want to do that. So yeah, you go and find him. He has, as he usually does, worked his way into like a local workshop. So you have to go outside. It sucks. Once you get over there where he is, get let in. He's just, oh, Lamia, hi.
Hey,
Yovane. It's getting bad out there.
Exactly, actually. So we're wanting to leave like almost immediately. Can we kind of get your stuff gathered up, and we're gonna try and leave soon?
I mean, yes, I can for sure. Though, wouldn't it just be easier to wait out the rain? I mean, the worst of it, right?
Well, according to Sam, it's going to at least last 4 days and potentially get worse after those 4 days. So we thought intelligently we'd want to beat it meeting us. Like, avoid it in a way.
I suppose we could. I mean, Sam's the expert here. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, the winds here are westerlies, blowing in from the west to the east, but then they curve northward. Wouldn't we just be going towards it?
Well, he mentioned something about the east, so it may be just going east, but he didn't tell me directory otherwise.
Huh. Well, you know what? I'm not going to question his judgment. He's gotten you this far. Yes, I'll be ready in minutes.
All right. Thank you. Do you need any help picking up anything?
Well, if you're offering,
yeah,
he'll just like point out some things so you can help him like gather stuff up.
Yeah.
So you get packed up. You guys start getting all your stuff together, which I imagine you're traveling light. You don't like fully unpack things anyway. So
yeah,
that goes pretty fast. Eli, you're pretty quickly able to go out. You go to the same merchant you were at last, who, they had maybe more than you needed. You're like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and meet another,
Yeah. You know how I said, nah, I don't need that extra? I need that extra.
And he just kind of laughs. He's like, yeah, I get it. And like, he sells it to you, that kind of thing, because he can tell. Yeah, you guys are trying to book it. It's smart. When you're out there, you can see that people are adjusting their like little cottages and all sorts of things to kind of weather the storm and everything. You can see that like on one side of the town there's somebody who's trying to like lure a stray cat into their house, and it just is not having it. Then there's like a crack of thunder and it just leaps into the house very quickly.
Classic.
So there's that kind of thing going on. You can tell that they're all pretty accustomed to just having to deal with this kind of weather because that's where they live. And then you see, Sam flagging down, a guy who's like getting a horse ready. All that stuff going on. You get back, you get your stuff packed. Cool. So the goal then is you guys are going to head out and push a bit and try to get as far as you can. Okay. Let's get measured. You guys will move. Okay, so per day with the hustle is 30. Oh, you're on an actual highway. That's right. Technically. Hold on. Oh, Panda is back. Good. Okay. So, right now, the way I have you all moving to be safe, as was like kind of agreed initially, is factoring in the poor visibility and all that kind of stuff. You can move a bit faster if you want to be a bit more reckless and not like try not to worry too much about the poor visibility and just sort of push ahead. It will require some checks. Obviously, if those checks go bad, you could have a wheel get damaged or an animal get hurt. That kind of thing can happen. So first question, do you guys want to be as safe as possible, travel as you have been traveling, a little bit slower, but carefully, no checks needed? Or do you want to try to ignore a bit of that poor visibility and get a bit of a speed boost? 25%.
Well, from what little we know, I think we want to do a little faster. The 25% personally. That's my vote.
I was on the bin personal. We want to go as quick as possible, so.
I don't like it, but yeah.
Okay. That will help. Okay. And aside from that, are there any other specific preparations or arrangements you're going to make as far as your travel goes? Is any specific person going to be the driver? Are you going to, I don't know, if there's any other specific things you want to do to try to maximize your chance of success here?
Whoever has the best drive.
That is not a skill.
No, but the survival or the ride check, whatever we need.
Yeah.
Is what
I think that is Sam.
It is animal handling or profession driver. Either of those two.
I think Sam has a better animal handling than I do.
Not great because it's charisma based, but yeah.
Wait. We can actually just tell each other our scores. Give me a second.
Yeah, I got a +6. So.
I'm not trained in animal handling, so. Mine is just
regardless, I'm going to be sitting up front because I have the better perception and sight.
My score overall is 8.
You have a total of +8?
Yeah.
Nice.
So you beat me by a little.
Yeah, because I don't believe Ginger's not one of the pullers, is she?
I don't think we ever talked about that.
Oh,
I don't think she would be, though.
It's not just her. Yeah, it's not just her anyway. I was gonna say, because I know you get a bonus to handle animal with her, but only her. Okay. So you're having Lamia drive. So it'll be Sam and Lamia on the in the driver's spot and the shotgun spot.
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding that right?
Mhm.
I believe so.
Sam has the eyes, and I have the skill, I guess.
Cool. Any other arrangements needed?
Is there any way to get like a backup will?
You're gonna try to buy to buy an additional
No.
carriage or wagon wheel?
We would have to, realistically, we would have to carry a spare part for everything on this wagon, which is another wagon.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
Because it might not just be a wheel that breaks. Like, the wheel is the most
an
likely.
Axle or whatever, you know.
It is the most likely.
But that is, look at the.
I only brought it up because someone did say like, oh, something may break, and
Yeah, which we could fix it. It would just take time. Time is not what we have.
unless, oh, okay, Wami
Yeah.
wouldn't know. Actually, is there any magical spells,
Like,
Eli
man,
or
No.
Rahala?
Whatever you're
or...
saying, no. Because it is
Oh,
an
wait,
illusion. If not, the answer is no.
Yeah.
do we have
The only
something that
spells
does
would be
wood?
mending. Mending is
No.
is limited by weight. And then make whole, which none of you have, and Rahala does not have.
If we need to cut the wheel off, we could use your boarding axe because it does more against wood, right?
Yes, the boarding
I mean,
axe is very good for cutting wood.
It has a name. It's the beam splitter.
Yeah, the boarding axe. The magical boarding axe.
Boarding axe is just what the weapon is, like what the general weapon is called.
I forgot what it was called. So.
Oh, the name is right there. I didn't even look.
It's been
I
right
just-
there the whole fucking time.
It's not my inventory, so
It's just easier for me to know
And
it
I've
is boarding
corrected you
axe.
every time you said it, and you just ignore me.
Not on
ignore
purpose.
me.
Okay, the answer to my question is answered. So, I can't think of anything else.
Whether or not we have a wheel is it's the stopping we don't want to do. So
Mm-hmm.
No rush. Yeah, you guys
yeah,
can do your plan.
Like I'm just saying okay, this is much like, well, what if we have a blowout? You know, like, dude, your tires have been fine this entire time.
Yeah.
I guess.
Granted,
could
you've
I
been going careful and slow, right?
Yeah. Could I don't know what kind of check this would be. Can I check the wagon to see if there's any stress, like signs of stress in the wood or anything like that on the wheels? Since that's
Sure.
would be the most likely weak point.
I'm guessing you don't have craft carpentry.
Nope.
Then it's just a basic perception.
Oh, and we never sold the extra things that we got from
Oh
the.
yeah, I forgot about that.
That's okay. We can ignore that.
There's another town. Yeah.
Basic perception.
Yep.
Ooh, 21.
21 solid. Keeping that.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. You look it over. I imagine you're trying to be pretty quick for the most part, but it looks like it's mostly fine. A few dings and scrapes and other things that have had to be patched up here and there, but nothing major. Nothing that looks like it's going to lead to some kind of catastrophe. Especially nothing like you know what the weak points are. Obviously, all of the different joints and other things that put it together, but they don't seem compromised.
Good to know, just in case.
Yeah, it's good to check.
It's like if I looked and it's like, oh look, a miniature 8-ink took a bite out of it.
Right, yeah.
A teacup 8-ink. Or a regular ass beaver.
Or like,
Cup
oh,
eight.
you have termites. You've had them this whole
Yeah.
time. Like, yeah, something crazy. Yeah.
Wood bees, or
Would be.
Wood bees.
No, no, wood bees.
Oh my god! Yes, I know.
Better
It
than
just-
has-beens, I
it's
guess.
So
Oh, yeah.
freaking. Oh, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that is a good pun that went right over my head.
I was
Yeah.
really surprised neither of you said it, to be
No.
honest.
But no, wood bees for chat is bees that literally burrow into wood. I know that because my dad's farm, one of his big barns, we had to replace a shitload of lumber in there because they, like every 2 feet, they basically drilled into it. And when you have some, loads bearing wood, you can't have several sections of it be drilled into over and over again.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that is.
So you get a barn to collapse. It was in the trusses. But yeah.
No other preparations then.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I don't. I'm going to be ready to cast dark vision on people when it starts to get dark, but.
Yeah.
Can't think of anything else though.
So you guys head out ASAP then. Cool. So why did it do that? Oh, okay. So we're ignoring half of the poor visibility, which is fine. Alright, so that means you're going to be moving in a day without any additional pushing. This is just like move with your 1 hour of hustle. You get 16.8. Okay, it won't do 0.8, but 0.9 is fine. I'm okay with that. Oh, it did. Oop. Cool. So that's a day. And then that's with the hustle, that's with everything. That's normally where you'd stop. Mm-hmm. So before we get into whether or not you're going to try to push on even further, which will hurt the animals, all sorts of stuff. But before we get to that, let us get a couple of checks in here to make sure nothing went tits up, So first, we're going to have Sam, who's aiding Lamia. I'll allow you to aid with perception in this case, because she's going to be doing animal handling, but I'll allow you to do perception for your aid.
Sorry, did you say I get aid to my perception?
You are aiding Lamia's handle animal with your perception.
Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. For some reason, my brain didn't compute that. Let's do perception. Again,
all right.
Man, these are real low for me.
All right. Lamia, take a +3 to your handle animal. That's with +3?
Yep, it's in there.
Okay.
I'll
and
keep that.
24. All right.
Yep.
So, first day so far goes off without too much trouble. There are definitely some moments where there's a part of the road that's a little bit too uneven and you're approaching it too fast to like take that spot, and like Sam points it out and you kind of get the animals to steer away from it some, or just slow down and get them to adjust before you get to it. And you have to do a bit of navigation, especially making sure that not only do like none of the animals step into like a muddy spot or anything like that and hurt themselves, but also that they don't correct too quickly and drag any of the wheels of your carriage or your heavy cart through that space. It's stuff you've kind of had to do before, but you've been moving slow enough that there was no real emergency to it. You just make the adjustment. Even now, you're still not moving incredibly fast, but for how hard it is to see things, yes. Cool. You get through all of that. You've had maybe a couple of whatever just necessary breaks you've had to take to deal with the horses, that kind of thing, because it's so humid and whatnot. They don't shed heat like people do. They have to have breaks. But you keep them as short as you can. Push on. 8 hours pass, and this would be about the time where you have to stop for the day. You're all tired. The animals are tired. But you haven't made it out of where you need to. So the question is, push for an hour, in which case your animals that are doing the pulling will take 1d6 points of damage and be fatigued. Or you stop and take the time to set up camp here.
We're not out of it yet.
Yeah. So
no, you won't get out of it in one day. You're probably gonna have to endure at least a day of it getting fairly bad, but not the worst of it.
So for that, I think we should then rest, because I'd rather have fresh animals pulling through the shit than exhausted animals pulling through, or fatigued animals pulling through the storm.
True.
I would agree with that.
That's my 2 cents.
Okay. Take time, set up camp. Okay. Oh, keep in mind, you can heal them.
Yeah.
That is an option. Obviously, that's finite, right? But
yeah,
you can heal them.
That's real. Cool. I just imagine, like, riding crop, wand of healing, riding crop, wand. Yeah. It's kind of like, that's messed up, man.
Yeah. Like, yeah, that won't necessarily play well to them, but, you know, just saying it is an option. Cool. So you guys stop for the night, get camp set up. You stop early enough because you left early, right? Mm-hmm. You're able to stop early enough that you have plenty of time to find a decent spot, especially because you're right on the edge of the woods and everything. And Sam, you know the weather that's hitting that you know is going to hit you isn't so bad that it's going to start knocking trees over and stuff unless they're already compromised. So it's going to suck, but getting to that little corner of the woods and stuff is actually helpful for you because you're like, okay, I know how to find a good spot in here. Yeah. So give me a quick survival check just for you to secure camp.
I didn't add forest into it, but
so it's a ton. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go out and look, joined by probably either Verbrong or Lamia and Hattie. You get out there, you're checking around. You actually do manage to find not only an area that's got some pretty healthy trees and stuff around it, but you do find a cave that's a little bit raised off the ground. Taking some precaution, you check it out a little bit, make sure there's no like bears or anything in it. There is a bit of an upslope in it, near the mouth as well, before it does eventually kind of dip down and go deeper into the earth. But even if you set up in that like space just inside the mouth and whatnot, it'll keep you out of the worst of it. And if it starts to flood, you'd have a lot of advanced warning that it would be a problem. Like, it may even take enough time that it won't be an issue for you, depending on how long, like when it sets in. And it's be easy to get out of as well. So you find that you guys, we get all the gear and stuff lugged into this cave and are able to have a relatively dry evening. Let's see. Let's run over your watches real quick.
It's okay, Yvain. You can sleep with the light on. No one will care.
Yeah, he's got his full tent set up in the cave and everything. Because let's see. So we got Night Watch.
Maybe an interesting concept of if you are afraid of the dark, would you rather be mildly claustrophobic, just so you could not have any darkness where you could see it? If you have limited light, would you rather be in an enclosed space that's uncomfortable just because it would be better lit?
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting thought. Yeah. I wouldn't. Depending.
I always forget, dude. Okay. I really need to change the order on this Night Watch. Just be the order that you guys do it in. Because I never remember what the order is. Okay, what is it? Just tell me.
Okay,
well, the first and the last person is interchangeable between Sam and Eli. The middle is always Lamia.
Oh. I didn't know they were interchangeable, but okay.
Yeah. She's the mayo, the brick of mayo, and our
Usually,
rye and mayo
I
sandwich.
think that I have the last watch.
On
I
average,
think that is
yes.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have last watch.
Okay. I guess technically you all are assisted on your watch by someone. You have enough people. Cool.
Oh, Eli, once again. Oh, but we didn't get an event, so.
Yeah. I rolled too high for an event. Okay, cool. So you guys you guys get through the night. Yeah, Lamia, since you're part of all of them and whatnot, you are very aware of the change in the sound of the wind outside. In fact, all of you are. There's even a point where it gets loud enough, especially like in this cave, like at the mouth of it, that's just howling so loudly that you all who are asleep like end up waking up, not like fully panicked, just like, oh, what the fuck is that noise kind of thing. You have to look out, and you can just tell it's just the wind's going crazy. It just whips up like ever so often, and then it'll kind of lull, but the rain does not let up. In fact, it very much intensifies, which for Sam is kind of an interesting experience, even though you're on like first watch. But then like when when it's morning and everybody's getting up, you're able to kind of watch out of the mouth of this cave into just weather that you may as well be swimming in, but being able to see it clearly, like it's so empty because there's no like bugs or anything flying around in it. It's very oddly picturesque, not like a vision you would have ever been able to have the ability to have before. But anyway, nothing crazy happened, so that's good. You guys get to recover some stuff and then pack up. I imagine very early, about as early as you could. I'm guessing probably. I imagine Sam is so like concerned with all this, he probably gets up before Eli's watch is even technically done. Like Eli hasn't woke people up yet, and Sam is like up, like checking outside and being like, "We could probably go now, right?" Because yeah, it is stressful. Like it's going to take a while to like get the horses and stuff out of here. You already had to get them into the cave. They didn't want to do that at all, So
I can only imagine Chet was aversion.
Right. Yeah, she's been in that position before. So, it'll take they want to leave, but like getting them to move out of where they've gotten comfortable in the cave is going to take time. Just all that stuff. I'm not going to make you roll for it necessarily because it's not going to take enough time that it matters. But I imagine you get up very early and start your next trek. Cool. Same as before, less careful.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So that is same base movement. There we go. Round up a little bit. So that's your day. And while you're going there, is there any other things anyone does? Any changes in the plan? Any other stuff? Go ahead.
Not a change, but I do make sure to consume a blood point from a chicken and use it to feed myself for the day.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're doing that daily unless you tell me otherwise.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you're good.
It's been 2 days, right?
2 days since.
Yeah, that we left.
Yes.
We're 2 days on rations. I'm taking the rations down.
Correct, yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to think. Was there anything else that we wanted to do? Anything different? I don't think so.
Cool. So this is the end of that next leg of the trip that you've made. So we're going to do the same checks as before. I need the perception aid from Sam and then the animal handling from Lamia.
Mm-hmm.
Or handle animal, not animal
Oh,
handling.
yeah.
Oh!
Oof. Yeah, take your +3.
If I'm in a forest, it's 42.
Do you guys mind if I roll luck?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
Beat that.
Okay,
Beat that
21. Keeping the 21. No other edits, I don't believe. Well, you already rolled luck, so that's
yeah,
that.
and the +3's in that, so.
Okay. So for this part, I did have the DC set to exactly 21.
Whoa! I'm glad I did that.
Cool. So as you're going down the road, down this stretch of road, part of the reason why that DC was so high, and why it's good that you have Sam there able to see through the rain, is because there's evidence that there were some trees felled on the road here that have been cleared out, but it does leave quite a bit of debris. It makes the road quite a bit messier. This astral route, as they call it, is technically a highway. It is a well-maintained, country-spanning road. So it actually, there are like, stone and other things that kind of set into it. It's very clearly marked as well. But this stretch up ahead is damaged. You can tell that, like I said, there were some trees and things that got felled in this area. It looks like something pretty intentionally damaged it. You don't know what the hell came through here. I imagine for Sam, there's like a bit of a flashback to the fucking Katoba Pass, like knocking trees over, chasing him that one time. It looks that same kind of level of like, what the hell? Like, this was either several people making a concerted effort to fuck the road up over here, or try to trap someone or something, or like some big ass thing just like ran through wrecking shit. Neither of which is great, but yeah, it's quite a bit more uneven, and there's more like debris and things on the road, especially with the winds doing what they're doing, and like as hard as it's raining, things are being kind of swept into the path and stuff. So it's a lot harder to tell where the hazards are right away. And as you're about halfway, or sorry, since when you're about to like get to this like 8-hour mark of the journey, excuse me, there's even a point where you can see that there is a tree up there that is, I'll reuse the word again, compromised, that is like slightly like bent a bit, and like some of the roots aren't quite as embedded as they should be. And you end up having to like actually pull to a stop. Like, it's bad enough that you end up having to like pull to a stop and go deal with this. You're not sure if you want to like just knock the thing over and then like try to roll it out of the way with like the help of your allies and like a horse or something, or maybe you can tie a rope around it and get it like pulled back and like tied to another tree so it's not immediately as bad. That would probably be the less time consuming thing. It's going to cost you a little bit of time, or it's going to cost you a rope, whichever one you want to expend.
I mean, I have that
We have the limb.
robe of infinite twine.
Or you can produce rope. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, as long as you're not like rushing it super fast, it doesn't damage it.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you get rope, and you take a few minutes and correct that as best you can. None of you have knowledge engineering, correct?
No, I have dungeoneering.
No, yeah, not me.
Okay, you just have a bard with you. Okay.
Yep.
But no actual trained. Brain ultimate.
What was that?
There was a bug that flew near my face, so of course I freaked out.
It was, well, you have a bard, and you went like this, and I was like, you hate bards now or something? Like,
I hope not. In the Patreon campaign, I am the bard.
Okay, there she is. Knowledge engineering in this case would be, because she's untrained, That's a Gibbs sword plus 5. Okay. Yeah. You guys are able to get that mostly corrected, at least enough that you know it's not going to fall immediately. You can't necessarily speak for anybody who comes up behind you, but you can't really worry about that right now either. So you get it kind of secured to, like, you know, a couple other trees. You have enough rope because you can just produce the stuff that, like, you get it wrapped around like a big ass rock, partially like buried under it. It's like kind of wedged behind a few other trees back there. I think it's pretty secure. So it's definitely not going to fall when you roll past it. You only spend a few minutes doing this. And then you immediately get going again. Cool. You get to the end of that little 8-hour trek, and Sam, go ahead and give me another survival. Oh shit, I closed the thing.
22. Morph in the woods, which I assume we're surrounded by trees, so it'd be +4.
Yes. Oh, there it is. Okay, so you're pretty sure you're not quite where you want to be yet. Right where you are is you think you're pretty close to where you'll be able to get out of the worst of the storm, and you've got like a few extra hours. If you were to stop here, you might have a few hours where you can still safely move to get out of like the last of it if you really needed to, but that's really risky. You think 2 more hours move and you can get out of the worst of it, assuming nothing goes wrong. Obviously, if you do that today, yeah, it's going to wear out your animals, could have other effects, or you could try to just risk it and do it tomorrow.
I'll relay that info with the understanding of, like, also I can make sure at least let's see, I can't cure fatigue or whatever it is, right? If we push them,
you can just cure the damage.
I can cure the damage. I express that info.
Ugh, the horses would be off from that, but if we can get past the worst of the storm, even if we have to move a little slower tomorrow, then that'd be fine.
Yeah, it's probably spot on.
Right, so I guess we're pushing them.
Okay. First hour's push. Let's see. Do first for, let's see, we got Chetla, Ginger, Nyx, and you have one other horse.
Mm-hmm.
And then, or sorry, I thought you had 5 total, didn't you?
But we had 5 horses, 2.
Yeah. You have the 4 pullers and then the 1 extra. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Molly, go ahead and roll 1d6 for Chetla. Panda, you're gonna roll 1d6 for Ginger, and then Eli, obviously, you'll roll for Nyx. Chetla takes 2 points of damage. Ginger takes 2 points of damage. Nyx takes 1 point of damage. This is lethal, by the way. When animals push, they take lethal.
Oof.
Extra horse number 1 takes 3.
Ouch.
Extra horse number 2. Horse number 2 takes 5. sucks.
Oh.
That poor extra horse.
Now they're not like almost dead or anything, but that is significant. That does hurt, and they are fatigued. So you can tell this is definitely pretty rough on them. Are you going to try to heal them now, or are you going to wait till after?
We're only like 1 hour into pushing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Like, I know Ginger's fine. Ginger's built different, though. Literally.
Yeah, the two toughest animals in this group are Shetla and Ginger. Shetla's a draft horse.
Oh, that's why I can't find it. I'm looking at travel gear again instead of my spells. I'm like, where my spells go? Yeah, because I have all food prepped to help compensate for food.
Rahala has healing too. She just doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't have her automatically use it because she saves hers for emergencies.
Yeah. Let me see how far I get with mine. If I can tell the extra horses took the weak horses pretty much did the worst. So let me see how far I get with them. Because I can at least cast it once on whichever one looks worse. So.
Okay, so you're gonna do it on the very last one.
Yeah.
Your cash level now is what, like 7? I was gonna say I don't think you can fail to heal it all the way. Yeah.
I think he just wanted to see if he recovered it or
Yeah,
not.
if I recovered it, so
Yeah.
I can recover it.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely looks better. It is still fatigued. Like, you've healed the damage, but it hasn't rested yet. So it is still fatigued, but you do remove the damage, so it's not at risk of like passing out. Cool. Then you're gonna push the second hour. But wait. I do first need another animal handling from Lamia. Or handle animal. 15. Keeping the 15.
Luck, guys, is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go for it.
He may not be able to beat it, but still.
I mean, I
17.
don't know what the difficulty
We don't want to
is.
fail it by too much. You know.
Yeah, 17. Okay. So yeah, bit of a rougher ride this time. Thankfully, still don't suffer any. Your cart doesn't get like damaged, messed up, anything like that necessarily. But you can tell that because you've just been pushing, you haven't really had time to sit in like maintenance thing or anything like that. You think that last push is gonna be pretty tough. You are starting to hear some things creak and rattle a bit more than they were before. It doesn't have like broken condition, nothing like that, but like, oof. Another hour in this is not going to be pretty.
Yeah, this is definitely the last hour, guys. Whether we make it or not.
Cool. All right, so next push. Doesn't take you very far on the map, but it does. You did technically move. It doesn't look like it, but you moved. Cool. Just sliding along a little bit. And at this point, the should Shadow roll Ginger? No. You can tell the horses are suffering a little bit, which is also making the push a bit harder. So for Sam, obviously you're aiding with perception still, so you can go ahead and roll that for aid. Lamia, you are going to be doing 2 handle animal checks. One is for navigation, the other is for dealing with the fact that the horses are in pain. Okay, take +3 to your first one. That's with +3?
Yeah, that's with the +3.
Okay.
Like, we knew the DC was 21. I don't know if he raised it or not. So go ahead and luck. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll do that.
26. Damn. Okay. You are so glad that this was the last hour, because you're pretty sure you hear a crack as you're rolling along. And at first you're like, oh no, that was wood. But then you realize that, oh no, it's branches and things near you are like smacking into like the sides of it. You just like one of them broke against the side of the carriage. Scraped it some, wasn't that bad, but you're like, it started to play tricks on you a little bit. There's so much noise, and you can't see very well. Like you realizing that, oh, I'm getting tired. I need Constitution checks from all of you.
Oh no.
Endurance does apply, because you guys are pushing too. Remember, it's not just the animals.
Yeah.
Here's my con check. It's bad. It's a 5.
So Eli is fatigued for sure.
Yup.
So +4. Yeah.
It's 5 non-lethal for Eli.
I'm immune to fatigue.
Oh, then yeah, you don't roll.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oof.
That's 12 for Sam. That passes. I didn't make you do the first check, but I am putting this at the DC 12, so that passes. Okay, and then the others. We got Hattie.
I'm failing my con check right now. I'm tired, so.
Rahala. 0.
Did you not get coffee today?
20
No, I did. I just woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
Jeez.
always fun. I say as sarcastically as
Wrong.
possible.
Brong has endurance.
It was my fault for not taking a nap at some point during the day, because I knew I had to do this. I should have taken a nap.
Does not have endurance.
While I was muted, I was building a little shield, because all I could hear out of my mic was the fan on my laptop going. So it was just going, just constantly. I'm like, dude, this white noise is killing me.
Right.
You can at least change
12,
it up
18,
and,
18, and 6. Who is that poor 6?
That's Yovane.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense.
Buddy.
Oh,
So
I am
he's
fatigued.
also fatigued.
Alas.
He is also fatigued, takes 2 non-lethal. Surprisingly, doesn't complain. You can just tell looking at him, like, the thudding around and whatnot, those of you who were in there. He just doesn't do enough neck exercises, so he's just kind of like all over the place. Same with Eli. Yet somehow Rahala is not fatigued, takes no non-lethal damage, is complaining. But okay, cool. So you get this far, and as we know, the horses are going to take their next D6.
Okay. Roll 1 again, Eli.
We'll see. I'm gonna do my best.
So 1 more damage for Chetla.
No.
3 for Nyx. 3 for Ginger. Ooh, yeah.
Good thing you healed that other horse.
Yeah, that last horse is just having a rough time. It just seems like he's on that side that just keeps having to like deal with the rougher ground, or like is a little bit off road. He's just on the bad side of the road. It's not going well for him. So he takes 6, where the other takes 3. Okay, Sam, another survival check. Nice. Keeping that?
Yeah.
Okay. It is getting a little bit more difficult to tell, because obviously, even though the rain isn't a problem, the fact that it is dark is. Even dark vision will help you navigate the road, but doesn't help you read the weather. You know what I mean? It's too far. So, but with that, you still got a pretty good reading. You're not, at the moment, you're not out of the worst of it, but now you're confident that, like, as long as, if you rest, as long as you get up when you should, and then move, you can move carefully as, like, you had been normally moving before, you will make it out of it before the worst of the storm hits. You've probably got at least 1 or 2 hours to spare in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, I'll relay that info.
Okay.
Hopefully everything turns out tomorrow.
Yeah. With that, it does mean, like you'll get a chance to rest and everything. It won't be a full rest. If you want to, like, actually get up early properly, because you did have to push today, so it ate up some of your time. It won't be a full rest, but it should help. It should at least help you get out of the worst of it, so you can let it roll past. But cool. You guys set out to try to find a camp that can endure this bullshit weather you're already in. That is another survival check from Sam.
Adding a thing to my spell list. I'm going to take it tonight. Survival, you said?
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Sam is able to find a spot to shelter. Now, let's be clear about it. Even though you made your check, you're all still tired. You're not all of you are mechanically fatigued. But I imagine Sam is about like Panda is now, is very, very exhausted, just mentally and in general, just because you've been having to coordinate so much of this, and knowing that you're maybe on the other side of it, there's just this last little bit you kind of got to get through, but you're through the worst. It's almost that same thing of like when you have to pee, but you've been holding it, and then when you get close to the bathroom, it gets worse and worse and worse until you get to the toilet, where you're like, oh my gosh, I can actually rest for a little bit. And so you're rushing, like getting everything done, making sure all this stuff is in place, get your tent set up, and you are so relieved when there's a moment where like it's still storming like a bitch everywhere around you. But you can see that like people are, getting their like sleeping bags and stuff ready, their bedrolls and stuff ready in their tents and whatnot, under the like bit of the canopy you found. And you're trying to think like, okay, what am I forgetting? What else do I need to do? And someone's like pushing you along, and you're like, okay, you're kind of get to that in a second. You'll address whatever it is in a moment, but you're trying to remember what the hell else you need to do. And Hattie pushes you into your tent and like wraps the comfort cloak around you, and you're like, okay, I am done. I can rest. And so you all settle in for the night. I'm assuming with no fire, because I wouldn't want to ask Sam to build a fire right now.
We got campfire beads for a reason.
Exactly. If you need it, it's there.
If we need one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But cool. So you guys bundle up in your tents. Whether you sleep or not, it's just you got to get out of the rain, out of the cold and stuff.
Yeah.
And you rest. Now, it's really bad outside. So I'm gonna roll this goddamn night watch again. We have Sam, and then Lamia, and then Eli.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's always Eli.
It is always
It's
Eli.
always me. It is for some
At
wild...
least you rolled better than the last time. And hey, you have company. I'm there with you.
Yep.
Excuse me.
And
So-
probably Rahala.
I mean, if you're there, Rahala's gonna sleep in. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if you've met her. It's not that she's lazy. It's just like, dude, it's not gonna help me being up if you're both up.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it sucks out there.
Yep, fair.
At least in Eli's case, he has clothes that like shed rain and dirt.
Yeah.
Shedding rain and dirt.
Mm-hmm.
But cool. So, at some point, Eli, Lamia wakes you up and is like, "Hey, it's time for your watch." And sure, you're pretty sure it hasn't been, a full like 6 hours or anything yet, but you already knew you weren't gonna get as much sleep as you wanted. So you get up and you kind of look over and you can see that she's like talking to you, and you realize you can't fucking hear what she's saying because it is raining so goddamn hard and the wind is blowing so hard outside that when she stepped out of the tent and was trying to talk to you and like the flap was open for a second, it just completely drowns her out.
Oh, man.
And I imagine there's that moment of like, I could just pretend I'm sick. I really don't want to go out there. While she's standing out in it, just unfazed. But you make your way out, and cloak pulled completely over you. Thankfully, Sam found a great spot for your camp. So there's a lot of windbreaks in the trees and such. Unfortunately, even though Sam found a great place for you to camp, that wind is wild, and you are not as sure as he is that the way that tree is swaying is fine. You're not quite as sure as he is. He seemed real certain, but like, that thing is moving. And it's not just one. There's like a few of them that are like, just kind of jostling a bit. But thankfully, it does give you a lot of cover from just being swept away or having your cloak blown off of you and that kind of thing. You got to keep it tight to you, and at least you can see in the dark. That's nice.
Yeah, that is an advantage that I possess.
Unfortunately, can't really do the small talk thing. Normally, you guys would just chit chat about whatever or whatnot was going on, but you just can't. It's so loud, and because of that, it's already set in for Lamia, of course. But for Eli, it's like, oh, you know what? I really can't hear if something is like trying to sneak up on us. So not only do you have to like be very vigilant and actually look around and get up and move and do shit to like properly keep an eye on the camp, but like you're doing it on 4 hours of sleep in terrible weather.
Yeah,
it's not a great time.
not fantastic for sure.
So even worse is you thought you saw something. You looked kind of between a few trees or whatever, and like at first it was like it's probably just like a flash of lightning or something that like lit it up, and then it happens again, and you see a shape that doesn't look like a tree or a branch, or it almost is one of those things where like if you were in your room back at the office, you'd be like, okay, that's definitely a coat on a broom that I'm just thinking is a person shape. But you're in the woods. There shouldn't be a coat on a broom in the woods.
Yeah, why would there be?
And it definitely shouldn't move as if it's taking a stride from one direction to the other. So I imagine Eli locks onto that like when you see a cat lock onto a bug. And it's pitch black over there, and obviously visibility poor with the rain, but you're like trying to track it because you can't hear the thing. So you're just like keeping like eyes wide, just really like trying to get a good scan of the space. There's not another flash of lightning, and whatever it is outside of your dark vision. But I'll let it to you to see how you handle that.
I mean, I think as soon as I kind of am having that thought of like, oh, it's not a coat on a broom. We're in the woods. I'm gonna just like tap Lamia like quietly. I can't hear shit, so it doesn't matter. But still do the quiet motion, like because force a habit and like point to what I'm talking about. but then shout like we're in a helicopter. I saw something over there.
Don't you have the whisper thing where you can talk into people's minds?
Yeah, but I'm not thinking about that. I'm yelling.
It also isn't in your minds. It's a whisper.
Oh, okay.
It is.
It's actually a whisper, so you wouldn't be able to hear it. It's like message, which is actually a whisper. It's not telepathy.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even be able to hear it. Yeah.
Um,
Or you'd have to make a perception check to hear it. Sorry.
At the very least, Lamia can react to, being poked and something being pointed at. So she'll
when he
stare
yells,
in that.
You hear him.
Oh, okay.
But if he's like, because he's like shouting.
Yeah, I did
faint,
like where I
but you
cut
do
my
hear
hands and yell at you to
well,
to try and get
Lamia
the most noise.
will grab her halberd and basically put herself in front of Eli and look to where he pointed, being like, "All right, I'm ready. Whatever it is."
Cool. Give me another perception check there, Lamia.
Do.
Nice. There is eventually another flash of lightning. I imagine Eli points when it happens, because Eli, you see the thing again. It's definitely a humanoid shape. Whatever this thing is a humanoid shape. It's kind of nice that no one can really hear you, because you probably let out a little yelp as you realize that, yes, so it's a humanoid shape, but it's way too tall and lanky, its limbs are too long. Whatever this is. And Lamia, you clock that too. He points as there's this flash, you're already looking that direction. You can just see the shadow of it. There's a silhouette as well, but you mostly see the shadow as it's reflected on some of the trees and brush and things that are blowing around. Person-shaped, but the limb proportion is too long. It's actually so tall, whatever it is, that you don't quite see its shoulders. You see from below. So whatever it is, its shoulders are up too high for you to see a shadow cast off of them, or even see the silhouette of them against the darkness. But you definitely see that it is walking seemingly in the distance.
Lamia will turn to Eli and be like, she won't say anything. She has her ideas, but she won't say anything. Just be...
You guys just sit and watch, or do you do anything else?
I guess I'm just gonna watch and see what happens, unless you do something.
No, Lamia is sitting and watching, because what she thinks it might be, she doesn't want to get involved with.
Okay.
I don't want to get involved with anything. I'm too tired for this crap.
Yeah, you are.
Right? Okay.
I don't get paid enough for this. It's you're the boss. I don't get paid enough for this.
So neither of you really react. Are you trying to be really still? Are you trying to be stealthy at all? Or are you mostly focus on trying to catch a glimpse of this thing?
As has been stated multiple times in this campaign, Eli believes in stealth through stillness, as that is his axiom generally. So
cool. That's fair. So you can go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
I mean, technically I can make myself invisible, but I'm not doing that. Lamia is also stealth through stillness, even though, okay, I'll roll it, even though... I rolled a natural 20, because of course I did.
Your nat 20 matched his 6.
That's funny.
That's fucking wild.
Oh, man.
Are you both keeping those, or rolling luck, or anything else?
I'm keeping mine.
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm keeping mine. I would have, because it's dark, had my cloak of shadows stacked on that, so I actually get 4 more to that. So my 6 was a 22.
Nice. Okay. Nice. Okay. Hold on. It has penalties for...
Oh, wait. Bonus stealth checks equal to half my sorcerer level. I'm level 10, so that's a 23.
Nice.
Yep. I forgot I'm level 10.
60 feet, so no.
Hit the ball.
There it is, okay. Alright, so with all them damn penalties, that's alright, cool. One of them's gonna be tough to beat.
Is it Eli's? It can't be Eli's.
16.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Ooh, an 18.
I waited.
Beats.
Yeah, you didn't roll luck. Okay.
No, yeah. I don't want to roll luck on a natural 20. It feels...
Why? It's a skill. You're just looking at the number.
Yeah.
It's too late now. I mean...
Yeah, no.
Just 'cause
I'm
you
just
made a
saying
bad
it feels
decision.
ugly.
I'll take it. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel ugly to me. I like it. It's good. It worked out for me this time. All right, cool. So, Eli goes completely still. Probably with his hands up.
Yeah, just my natural defensive posture.
Yes.
So, Lamia, you try to, like, copy this. You just go kind of motionless. And you're standing there, not moving, trying not to breathe. You're just... no movement, just eyes out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see another flash of lightning. You can see the creature is still moving, whatever it is in the distance. It's got to be... it's hard to tell in the dark, and the rain makes it where you're really only seeing a shape. But you know it's at least like 60 feet away. It's really hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
But you did get like a pretty good, decent look at that, like the silhouette for a second, that it was still moving. And there's another flash, and it seems like it has stopped moving. It's no longer in like that mid stride. It seems like it's paused. You can almost see that it seems like it's kind of settled back a bit, like on its haunches, like it's leaned back slightly. You almost can imagine like the head might be raised. But it's otherwise doesn't move. And Eli, you can see that too, because you're both trying to watch for the signs of this thing. Unfortunately, try not to move. You know, you're getting water in your face and eyes and stuff like that, but you don't want to wipe it away. And Lamia, you're obviously just, you're trying to think quiet thoughts, right? But Eli, you're more of a stealth expert. And while you're not moving your body, obviously your eyes are still moving. And you glance over and you can see that Lamia is doing not a bad job, but unlike you, who, you know, even with your hands up, you've got probably like your like thumbs like looped into part of your cloak and everything to keep it pulled taut to you. Her cloak is still loose and still moves and flaps in the wind and the rain. It still makes her look a bit too much like an organic target, or at least an organic shape that doesn't really fit into this area. And about the time you're realizing that, there's another flash of lightning, and you can see that whatever this tall thing is closer, significantly closer. How far is your dark vision?
Mine is only 30 feet, I think.
So
I believe
just
mine is also only 30 feet. Let me double check. Oh no, mine's 60.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the dark vision is not an issue for you, Lamia. It's just the rain. So you still mostly only see a shape, but you can see it a lot closer, and you swear that you see light coming from above. About where you imagine its head should be, there seems to be this, like, subdued glow that just seems to pulse ever so slightly. Give me a will save real quick.
Oh, cool. I'm so glad I have Iron Will, but so glad that...
I also need to give the will save, or just Lamia?
Just Lamia.
Okay.
Ooh. 9's pretty low.
Yeah, it is. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Is that Iron Will in there? Yes, it is.
Only you and Eli have Fortunate Fate right now.
I know, that's why I was debating whether I do Fortunate Fate or a Luck Die.
Well, I do have a question. How far away are they?
Oh. Oh God.
I am asleep, but I do have fantastic fortune.
That's what, 30 feet?
Yeah.
She's probably within 30 feet.
Is a will save?
Yeah.
He hasn't got this for a while.
I haven't got to use this in a while.
That is true.
Mm.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and do my Fortunate Fate. Or
Okay.
sorry, his Fortunate thing made me. I'm doing my fortune.
Reroll.
Yes, my reroll.
Yeah, it's Fortunate Fate. That's what it's called. Oh, look! It's worse.
Okay,
I
so
choose Sam's.
technically,
Sam's
she
is
rolled
the best.
it again.
Yeah. So
Sam, may I do a luck on yours?
you don't. It's your save technically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So 14.
All right, 14. Nice. That's that is a saving throw. All right, nothing else you can do with that, right?
Nope.
Okay. Neat. So Lamia.
Yeah. Nobody voted
You're
for me.
fascinated.
Cool.
You are fascinated by this. This light is incredible. There was a moment where, like, obviously it was quite disturbing because, like, that's where the thing's head is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just because you didn't understand it. You took a moment and looked directly into it. And actually, it feels a lot like it seems like it soothes a part of you that you didn't know anything really could. That same part of you that was longing to enter the cycle. That part of your soul that was so close to it and then was dragged back. That little sliver of regret and painfulness that is associated with that. This covers it. It makes that hurt go away.
Oh, cool.
And before you know it, you are dropping your weapon and striding directly towards that light.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure there is the thing on here. Where is it? Found it. All right. I have it on me.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
My internet froze or something.
Well,
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it got really choppy for a second, so I was wondering. So yeah, Lamia failed her save. She had 3 chances.
Wait. It says I take no action other than paying attention to the fascinating effect thing.
Congratulations. You begin to walk towards it after you drop your weapon. Didn't cost you any actions. And Eli, you obviously don't hear the halberd hit the ground. But you do see Lamia begin to walk, seemingly in a trance, out towards whatever the fuck that weird lanky thing was, without her weapon. Just mouth open, just floating over there like she's a cartoon that smelled a pie.
Wonderful. I am going to cast Mage Armor.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought we were gonna do like the maze one, so she couldn't walk towards it.
I thought about it, but if I'm giving away my position, potentially, I would rather give away my position protected.
True.
Okay. You cast Mage Armor. Do you do anything else?
I move towards the tent to wake up Sam.
Better be waking up for Braun.
All right, so you move over to Sam's tent. Cool. You do that, and as you're like moving that direction, are you trying to keep an eye on Lami or anything? Or are you trying to just turn and then move? Or
I will try and keep her in my eye line for sure. Doing that thing where I'm like head checking to make sure she doesn't just get eaten or something.
You notice your eyes continuously get drawn back out to where you had been trying to keep an eye on that creature.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me a will save.
Awesome.
Good news is you're getting closer to me, so maybe my roll will be better.
17. Keep the 17.
18.
18. All right. Yeah, Eli, you can feel there is some kind of compulsion at play here. You didn't notice it at first, but as your eyes get drawn into the darkness, it was almost like when you see like a spot in your vision, you thought that's what you were seeing. It was just a kind of a spot in your eye line or whatever, but there's actually a very faint, you would hesitate to call it a light. It's got that same sort of dullness to it that when you get like a dull spot, that it looks very similar, except that you can actually look at it and focus on it. But some part of you, maybe it's your magical training, maybe it's just your general skepticism, overrides your curiosity and is absolutely insisting that you don't look into that. So you tear your eyes away from it, and you can kind of see Lamia still walking in your peripheral, but she's very quickly out of your line of sight because of the rain and everything, and you don't want to look over there.
Right.
And running, probably shouting, even though it doesn't carry very well, as you're trying to make your way to Sam. All right, so it didn't quite grab you. Good. Unfortunate.
Good.
Lamia, you continue to make your way towards this creature. Let's see, it's been one round. Okay. Okay, Lamia, you're going to take 2 points of charisma damage. Not drain, just damage. She looks so betrayed. Hey, I didn't fail that save for you, okay?
No, you just gleefully. Whatever.
I didn't think you were gonna fail it. So, you take 2 points of charisma damage. As you get closer and closer to this, it starts to feel more and more familiar. Now, you're not sure what.
So that wouldn't count like as a threat to my person? No. It doesn't? No. Are you fucking serious?
I know how Fascinate works, okay? It didn't attack you. You begin to feel a closeness to this, like a familiarity, and you're not sure if it's more like you than you thought, or the reverse, or maybe you're becoming more like it. But either way, it feels familiar. It feels personal. And welcome. Feels very welcome. You can swear you start to hear voices that are also just as familiar. Like your mom, your father, like people that you know very well, that you miss very much, are maybe they're even closer than you think. Maybe this thing can cure you. Maybe you don't need to be cured. Maybe you're exactly as you're supposed to be. You continue to make your way towards it. You may make another will save. Could have rolled a different number, but okay. I guess it's fine.
I'm assuming she's further than 30 feet now.
Yeah, I would be.
A round of walking.
15.
Yeah.
One move.
I mean,
you move full 30, right?
Yeah, I can move a full 30 in my
so
armor.
Difficult terrain right now because of visibility and mud. You are exactly 30 feet away.
I'll take
Okay.
that.
I want to say no, but it's reasonable that you'd still be there because you're not moving full speed.
Will or won't? Okay.
That's much better.
That back roll to that 2, I was like,
I changed my mind. She's 35 feet.
She's 30 feet and a half away.
Okay. So.
I'll take it down.
I mean, she hasn't officially said which one she's taking. I'm going to assume she takes the 7.
No,
so
I'm taking the 26.
Okay.
I mean, okay, so to be fair, I as a player take the 26. Lamia, on the other hand, might just want to take the 7.
Lamia doesn't know dice are being rolled.
Exactly.
So, okay. So here's what happens.
She'd be really mad at you for rolling poorly.
Right. So everything I described is the case. But it feels a lot like when you become like slightly lucid in a dream. Not fully, you don't get like control of your environment, but just that like moment where you start to question something that happens, and then you like snap awake because that part of your brain that wakes up is too active to keep you asleep. You have that similar sensation where like for a moment you almost feel like annoyed, like no, go back to I was hearing like a lullaby that my mom used to sing me. I want that again, but it's discordant, like there's something wrong with it. And then right as you get like a little bit more frustrated at the fact that it's not what you thought it was, that's when you realize what's like where you are and what is happening. You come back to focus and realize you do not have a weapon in hand, and you are just outside of your camp into the back into the trees and everything. And you were standing about 10 feet, if that, from whatever this incredibly tall creature is. Because of your dark vision, you do get a pretty good view of it. You can see that it is roughly 9.5 feet tall. Very long arms. They go all the way down to pretty much where its knees are. And even at this height, you can see that it's slightly slouched and its knees partially bent, like it's kind of slumped slightly. Even from that distance, it almost feels like it's towering over you right in front of you. And for the moment, while you're still looking at where that light was, you can still see almost this halo of it around its face. You now see that dullness I described to Eli, where it's not giving off light, but there is some kind of odd negative aura around its like head, like just above its shoulders. And the glimpse that you can see inside of that, you do see a face. You actually do see this creature does have a head. It does have features. They're yours. It looks exactly like you. But not you as you are now. As you. As the alive, normal Lamia. The eyes are wrong. The eyes look like an animal's. You don't immediately clock like it's not feline. They're not. They almost look more like a goat's eyes. That strange horizontal kind of slit to them. But that's the only thing that's different. That and the expression. You don't look at it too long because there's that part of you, just like there was of Eli, that tells you to look away, to not stare this thing in the face. But you do see this snarl on its lips as it clearly realizes that you've broken free of whatever that compulsion was. Cool. And Eli, are you waking up Sam?
Oh yeah, 100%.
How do you wake up Sam? He's in the comfort cloak with Hattie all curled up right now. And you just run in and start slapping him, or like I just want to know how you do it.
Look, man, you're lucky I have a crossbow. Okay.
It starts that way. Sam. If he doesn't get up, that's when you do the classic flip the covers off, be like, Sam. Just,
no.
It's suddenly very cold. It's so fucking cold. Lamia, do you have any reaction to seeing this thing's face, by the way?
Honestly, Lamia wants to call Durlith and smack it, but no, because I'm not looking at it. Lamia's gonna turn back and run and back into the cave.
So you're gonna start running. Cool. All right. Could continue the rest of you.
No.
Thing. It grabbed Lamia with magic. Let's go.
Wait, what? Hattie kicks her way out of the rest of the blanket now.
Why am I missing two fantastic fortunes?
Yeah. We stole them from you.
Looking at my stat screen, like, wait a minute, I was asleep.
So you guys start like grabbing your stuff really quick, trying to get out and see what's going on. You can all hear, even through the rain, and Lamia, you hear behind you something that might even freak you out. You can hear this loud roar. It is one of the loudest things you've heard. It almost sounds like you had a crack, like a peal of thunder happen behind you. And you could also hear this like scraping and tearing of the trees and roots behind you, as you are certain that thing is fucking chasing you. Roll me an athletics check real quick. $24. Nice. Okay, you stay ahead of it. You can all hear all of this, just like crashing, this thunderous roar and everything. You get out of the tent and look over there. Sam, you're the only one who can properly see clearly that direction.
Yeah. For weapons, I did grab mine. I think I have 2 quivers. I think I grabbed my Deadeye quiver and my bow. So I think the other one I have like as a hip thing.
Those.
So I'm not probably wearing. I'm not taking time to like put that on.
Yeah, you just got them.
Like throw over shoulder and let's go.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So you rush out and you look over where Eli's like pointing, and Hattie gives like a shout, like a surprise and alarm, as you can see this fucking massive hulking shape appears to be chasing Lamia. It's like running on all fours after her, and she's just hauling ass out of the woods. Sam, I do need a will save from you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll also roll one for Hattie.
That's not bad.
That's really good. Okay. Oh, well. Hattie will probably roll that. I shouldn't jinx myself, but...
It's either going to be a 2 or high, like, after that.
And, at least you have one more fortunate fate if she does roll low.
Yeah, I still have some stuff.
I rolled kind of good.
Yeah,
we know that works.
Do we?
No, an 18 works.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot he rolled the luck on that. Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. Right? Or are you going to do a fortunate...
Fantastic fortune thing?
Yeah, that one.
I'm not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, it's declared when they roll the saving throw before results. Yeah.
Oh, I understand. I get paranoid by the last 2.
17 beats it. God damn it. Beats. Okay.
Now we know for certain.
Cool. So yeah, she screams, immediately looks away. And yeah, Sam, you look up at this thing, you can tell your eyes are like drawn to like a spot on its body that everything in you is like, no, do not look at that. Cool. However, I will allow you to roll a nature check to maybe see what the hell you're looking at. It's not going to be easy, just so you know. It is very obscure.
Yeah. Uh, 18 if it's an animal or magical beast.
Okay.
If it's undead, it's a 16.
Fair. Keeping that or rolling luck?
I'll roll it. Hey.
Nice.
So I break the 20 threshold if it's a undead. 22 if it's the other two. If it's neither of those, or
Okay.
in neither of any of those, just
So, I will start with this. You don't know what this is. You don't remember what it's called. In fact, you don't know if you ever learned what the name of this fucking creature was. But you're pretty sure you've heard some stories about something like it. Some kind of beast in the woods that if you look at, you're lost forever. Something along those lines. The kind of shit you hear like creepy children's rhymes about. You don't know the name of the thing. You know you're not supposed to look at it, and you're pretty sure this is it because supposedly it only appears when the storms in Setsegia are at their worst, and they're about at their worst right now.
interesting.
Now, despite not knowing what it is or weaknesses or anything like that, supposedly this thing has to... You're pretty sure it has to ask permission to enter your camp. Doesn't seem like it's asking permission right now. Your camp is missing something.
Ah. I see.
So that's what your check gets you.
Okay.
Is it a door?
No, it's a fire.
Okay.
What does a camp have a door?
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
I'm gonna get one if
it's
people
missing
keep
a
interrupting
door.
my sleep, though. I'll tell you that right now. I'm gonna put a lock on it too. Can you imagine opening up a tent that has a little chain thing for like doors on a
Right.
tent flap? Like,
What is that supposed to do? Get out!
Sorry, I'm trying to think of thematically how I'm gonna yell at Eli to throw the campfire bead to use it or whatever.
Yeah, you yell Eli the beads. He thinks she says beans. And then you all die.
Eli the beads! Oh
That
god,
is
we
whole-
forgot to take them off the fire. No,
Yeah.
they're burnt.
You're a good bead. You are the only bead.
I was almost a burnt bean too. I didn't make that save. Call him a fire. Yeah. Look, I don't have the RP in me. Imagine it's very heroic and epic sounding. Yeah, the campfire bean. We need fire.
I think that was pretty good, though.
Yeah, I'll
So, yeah,
just
you-
pull said bead out and throw it on the ground.
And standard action to say the command word.
Yeah.
Poof! It lights up. Now you know that is not going to last. It is way too wet out here. It will eventually be extinguished. But that initial burst is something, which is nice. Okay, Lamia, I need one more athletics check to see if you can stay ahead of this thing before it can get a hold of you. Your halberd is now on the ground behind you, by the way. You've had to run past it. A 20.
Listen, there was
Nice.
a
You keeping that?
reason. Yeah, I'll keep that. There was a reason I got called on the weapon.
You didn't tell me you spend a swift action to bring it to you.
No, I didn't, and I'm not going to. But that doesn't mean I can't do it once I'm past the point of safety.
Yeah. So keeping your total of 20?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. It is going to take a swipe at you.
Fair enough. Ah!
This big, scary thing can have high athletics. Strength.
Oh boy.
Does a 23 hit you?
Oh. Yes.
Okay.
I thought the first thing was the hit. That's why I was like, fuh.
No, that was his athletics. Yeah. That's my dog. Okay. Roll
Sure,
max.
just roll max damage.
Okay. Yeah, you take 17 points of slashing damage. Or actually, I'm sorry, not slashing, bludgeoning. As you can feel, a blow from this thing slams into the side of you. You actually feel each of its fingers hit you like they're separate, like war picks, just slam into the side of your armor. That fucking hurt. But that's not the worst of it. It does try to grapple you. That's its goal. Its goal is to grapple you. So it's not technically charging, it's just chasing. So it gets a... I do not think I could make up that difference. At all. The best I could get is an 18. Yeah, yours is higher than that. Okay. Correct. It is higher than that. Your
Yes.
CMD.
It is higher than 14, yes.
Even minus your dex, because you're running?
Let me double check on that. Yeah, it's still higher than 14, even if I minus dex from it. What is the condition?
But I don't know if it's higher than 18 with minus the dex. I'm not gonna... well, fuck it, I'll risk it. Is it higher than 18 minus your dex?
Yeah, it is.
Fuck. I thought it might be, I wasn't sure. God damn it. Okay. Cool.
Oh, the condition is
So, yeah,
from my
you-
charisma. Okay.
You slip out of its grasp after it like slams into you. Just kind of roll with a little. You actually do. Well, you don't watch football. Anyway, you basically spin like mid-run, and keep your footing like mid-stride. You almost trip, but you stagger into the light of the campfire, and you like manage to get all the way over to the rest of your allies, who I imagine are ready to fight at this point. And all of you can see this thing pulls up and stops like it hits a wall when it gets to like the edge of the light of the campfire. Like it literally like leans back and like pushes against the ground with like its these like giant fucking paws it's got, and like digs its toes and everything into the dirt, and stops just shy of it. Each of you, as your gaze, whatever part of it glimpses where the head area is, and like keeping your eyes away from it, you all see your own face.
Yeah.
Okay. None of Lamia sees hers. Eli, you see yours.
Mm-hmm.
But you've already made your will save, so I can't make you do it again. But you recognize it as your own, and it sits there for a while. Like it doesn't go away; it just kind of sits.
Oh, that's great.
Hattie
Lamia...
just nudges you, Lamia, and goes, "Are you okay?" Like close. You can know she's saying it louder than that, but
yeah. Lamia will yell, "Son of a bitch, Derlith!"
Your halberd comes spinning out through the woods, just sweeps right past its face. You catch it.
That thing hits fucking hard.
It's really big.
Yo, what is that thing?
Don't look at it.
Okay.
Gotta keep this fire going.
Okay.
It doesn't go away. Hattie will listen to Sam and go and grab firewood and start trying to keep the fire going. It's just sputtering like crazy.
Yeah, I would help Hattie.
Still there.
These things, from what I know, imagine I'm yelling this. I can't do stage yell at the moment. They have to be invited into camp to get in here. So don't do that. And
okay, you're very, very not welcome.
Yeah, and they tend to show up when there's bad storms. That does not bear good news, because if he sticks around during the whole storm, that means we're fucked. I mean, we're not gonna be good.
No kidding.
While you're keeping your eyes away from it, occasionally you catch like part of its like paw or shoulder or something in your peripheral, just because you don't want to lose track of this thing, but you just don't want to look at its face. It does seem to like shift slightly at the edges of your vision, and eventually, at one point, you notice you kind of lose it for a moment. Maybe you look over to try to address Eli, like directing your voice towards him or something, and you like turn slightly to try to keep some part of it in view. It's not there anymore. There does appear to be a young woman in ragged, soaked clothing standing at the edge of the campfire light now.
Nope.
Just imagine you say that out loud. Nope.
Yep. Look, I don't know what to. I don't know what happens if I shoot at it, but that's getting more and more.
Sam,
feasible.
if that is the thing, I imagine it'll just transform back into the thing, and I'm telling you, it hits hard.
I'm built different, but yeah.
I don't care if you're built different, Sam.
I'm sorry to scare you.
Nah.
Please, it's cold.
Yep. Sure is. Maybe you should go back to where you came from.
Please, it's cold. That's the response you get.
Okay, this isn't in character, but do we have any grenades?
No.
Wait,
No.
we do have a kind of grenade.
We do kind of have a grenade. I don't know if we want to use it like this, though.
No, you're not wrong.
Her voice is strangely clear through the rain.
Yeah, that's another nope.
You start to see that she starts to walk around the edge of the light, like searching for a gap. Uh-oh. The gap. There are trees that do break the shine of the firelight so that the darkness is a bit closer to some of the tents and things.
Oh, should we get some lanterns I guess could help, but what's that one spell that you the dancing lanterns? But like, would that help
lights.
like make that gap?
Guess what spell I don't have?
That on. Yeah, that's fair.
Eli, can you Can you do that thing that keeps things from moving?
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about that. So I will illusory mage targeting it.
You're gonna cast a spell at it?
I'm thinking about it.
You cast a spell in the
don't
area,
really
right?
want to, but yeah.
It's not. No, again, it's not an area. I keep telling you guys this.
Oh, is it
It is
not?
a figment.
No.
Oh,
So
is
you
it?
cast
Okay.
it on a creature.
On a creature, yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm asking.
The
to do it,
creature
so I didn't
imagines there's a maze there.
know. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, in that area,
Yep. Hmm.
I have to
or all the creatures in that area imagine it. That is.
I can do that. I could also just cast Deeper Darkness, but then we wouldn't be able to see it, but it wouldn't see us.
Yeah, you might be able to hear. You might be able to hear Yovane screaming though.
Oh,
You
yeah.
cast Deeper Darkness.
I didn't mean Deeper Darkness on where we are. I was going to cast Deeper Darkness on a rock and throw it.
You might hear him scream briefly, but
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
it's
has
like,
its
I'm blind
own
all of a
light.
sudden. Oh.
it's bright. Yeah.
But
Sorry,
if
go
its
ahead.
light isn't stronger than the spell Deeper Darkness, it won't shine through. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rahala has dancing lights if you want her to use that. And also, I believe you have more than one campfire beat.
We do.
Or maybe you don't.
I mean, I only had one in my possession.
Yeah.
I thought we.
I don't
lost-
remember if you I don't remember if you kept more than one, because I know you gave a bunch of them to the other campers. But
Yeah, I don't know, because like I said, I just had the one in my inventory, so that's what
You
I
might
I think we
only kept
had.
one.
I think we had 3.
Mhm.
originally.
I
Yeah,
think we had 3. I looked at my hand. I'm like, I meant to do this, but my other finger was up. It did. Yeah. But anyway. But we left one because we got attacked by the worm and we went underground. I believe.
Oh, that's right. We never
we left,
actually
like
picked
we
that
left
up.
like a bunch of supplies there. I think we left one of the campfire beads there, so we ended up
You did
2.
lose one.
So I
Mhm.
think we end up giving one away and keeping one.
Yeah, that sounds right.
If I
Okay.
remember correctly.
Yeah. That sounds accurate.
Um,
So I'm gonna guess. So you want Rahala to try using dancing lights to extend it?
yeah.
Please?
Okay. All right, so she comes out, and we'll go and cast a spell. But first, she has to make a will save.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, it's shapeshifted. Never mind. She
It
doesn't have to
did?
make a will save.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, she casts dancing lights and uses it to like illuminate the spots sort of behind some of the trees and things that are blocking where the campfire is. You can see the tatter-clothed young woman that's walking around seems to also avoid that light, like walks around the perimeter of that as well. You do keep hearing periodic calls of, "Please, it's cold. Have you no heart?"
I don't know. How's my blood taste on your hands?
I'm so sorry to scare you.
I'm just not interacting with it. I'm basically just ignoring it while I'm doing stuff to also try and keep the fire up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
you just keep the fire
completely
built up.
ignoring its existence. Yeah,
Mommy
Is that
is
the
angry.
tactic you're going to keep doing, or are you going to go and attack it?
that is my tactic that I want to do. Unless somebody asks me specifically to do something, I'm gonna just try and ignore its existence.
Alamia's not attacking it, but she is kind of angrily back talking to it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Cool. So about 30 minutes of this goes by. With it traipsing around. It basically makes a full circuit all the way around your camp. And you can't occasionally hear like it'll be like quiet or just like the voice calling something, and then you'll hear like silence and immediately like scratching and like moving of stuff, and like you'll look over and see that there's like a tree in a spot that you weren't sure, and then like Rahala will move the lights over and it'll back up really quick. And a little bit of time of that goes by, and when it finally makes a full circuit around, you hear a very slight kind of giggle in that like lady's voice, but just underneath it, you can kind of hear this growl that is that same presence as that roar from earlier. And she turns and just dashes back into the woods. You can kind of hear this, like, the loud scraping and thudding and movement and stuff as it clears out. Very quickly, that sound dampens enough that you don't hear it, but there's like a wake of it. And
fun.
Then it is quiet again. Well, quiet except for all the goddamn wind and rain.
Rahala, could you heal me, please?
Sure thing, sweetheart. Well, I'm awake now. What about you all?
I'm going to jump back to bed.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that answers that question.
Could have been sticking our ass in a fucking town. Shut
right?
the tent door.
Shut the tent door, yes.
Yeah. I slammed the
Ooh, that was a good one. Thanks, Rahala.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, Sam, you go back to lay down. Pretty quickly you realize that, like, it's not gonna happen. You know you have to get up and move. But you just lay there. I imagine you just lay there just being warm. You don't get to sleep, but you just lay there being warm for till the last second you could possibly spare before you know you gotta get moving to beat this bullshit weather that's coming. Cool. So, as I said before, barring any other catastrophes or serious delays, you can move normally and get out of the worst of the weather that's coming. Now, you are hearing it get worse, and whenever you guys start packing up your camp a little bit later, like, Sam, you can kind of tell that, like, it's more of a feeling than anything you see, but you can kind of just feel the weight of, like, this oncoming storm that's happening. It is getting nearer. So you're glad you guys did get up and that thing didn't delay you too much. But cool. So you guys get up and start moving. So the question is, do you move carefully? You're pretty confident that going back to your normal pace will get you out of the worst of it that's coming, like, that's approaching, right? But do you want to do, like, one more day of moving a bit faster just to be sure? Or you just go back to the safe pace?
I'm going safe. I'm not pushing these animals anymore, especially since I didn't get to get my spells, so I can't heal them.
I agree. I vote for safe because the last half of the night essentially was not spent resting.
Yeah, I'm down for that too. I'm tired.
Yeah. You were never going to get a full rest this time, but that's okay. Like, the animals are still messed up. They haven't recovered, but they've at least gotten a chance to, like, recuperate a little bit, just exhaustion-wise. Yeah. Cool. So you get up, and unfortunately, you're pushing them a little bit more, but I'm not going to make you, like, damage them or anything right away. You're going to get most of your day. Oops. Cool. Get back here. That's not your full day spent yet. Oh, wait, yeah, it is, actually, because you're doing the slower pace.
Mm-hmm.
That's most of it. Cool. To get about here, normally, if it was a normal travel day, you'd have, like, a 2, maybe 3 more hours. What's up?
I will say I will drink the lesser restoration potion I have before this.
You're gonna drink the restoration?
Lesser restoration, yes, to recover my charisma lost.
You could just rest 2 days. That'll recover it.
I literally have to spend blood points to do that.
I think blood points are less valuable than your lesser restoration, but that's up to you.
I mean, technically, yes, but at the same time, we don't have the time for me to go and hunt creatures to be able to stack up on blood points.
Fair. Okay. You may consume it.
Alright, it is consumed.
As long as we don't, have any problems with what's in your mouth? What's in your mouth? No, put it back.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah.
I catch my party member eating an expensive item.
Right. So you have so you got about 3 hours in like what would be a normal travel day to go. But you can tell that the animals they're about at their limit before they're going to start suffering damage again effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Sam, you can go ahead and make me another survival check so you can kind of see if you should be safe here or no. It's actually not the highest DC because you can tell that it is rolling in. Like the places that are going to get hit first have already been hit.
Can't tell what it is. So 19. So 3 on
Total of 19. Are you keeping the 19?
Yes.
Okay. You're a little uncertain. If this isn't the safest spot, you're at the very least just kind of on the edge of things. Like it could cause you could have a rough night, but if you camp here, you don't think it's going to be like it's not like you're going to be in the middle of the fucking storm. You might be on the edge of it, you might have a little trouble, but it's probably safe enough.
I'll reiterate that. I'm not really willing to push it though.
No, I agree. It would suck if something happens, but you guys got to have your rest.
And you guys.
What do you mean,
I'll be
people?
staying up all night, so.
The only one that didn't get any sleep.
Oh, Eli's also fatigued.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, hasn't been able to recover it because he's not actually gotten a full 8 hours of rest.
True.
Which means that non-lethal's still there too.
Also true.
I thought he did last watch though.
Again, you guys were having to shorten these up because you were never going to get a full rest because you had to push yesterday and you had to get up early today to make sure you beat the storm. So that was just to like mitigate some of the further checks, right? But now you're kind of reached your limit. That's why you didn't get a full 8 hours of travel. But cool. But you're gonna stop here and camp. All right. Another survival check from Sam. Nice. Okay. All right. So you pull off the road. Get back into more of the woods, the wooded area. Thankfully, well, not thankfully, I shouldn't say that. You would have had to keep that campfire bead running. Well, it's only been running for about, 2 hours or so. So, it's recharged by now. So thankfully, it's recharged. So, you have that if you need it. Just hand it to whoever's on watch. Like, hey, you see a weird fucking tall thing. Don't look at its face. Drop this. Tell it it's not allowed. You kind of get a protocol going. Cool. So y'all set up your camp. Sam, you find another good spot, or at least you find like what you're pretty sure is the best spot in this area that you're going to. Assuming you're going to have to weather probably some pretty bad precipitation and everything, even worse than what it is now. But you guys hunker down. Cool. Any other RP or any plans or anything like that before we move into the night phase?
Was there any healing left that I could have before people fell asleep that wasn't already used?
I didn't get my spells back. I could use the Wand of Healing on you if we want. Has
Rahala can heal you.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, she just I don't offer it because she saves it for emergencies or if you guys ask.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you don't ask her, I'm assuming you want her to save it.
No, I mean, because we're heading to bed for the night, where hopefully nothing should happen, she should be able to gain her spells in the morning. So Lamia would like to have one more thing of healing.
6.
Perfect! That's exactly what I needed.
There you go.
Nice. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. I don't know what the hell I'm sorry, Eli. I cursed so many times last night. I don't know what the heck that thing was, but people should probably know it exists.
They do. It's just it's more like a myth.
It's a very rude myth that I don't like, and it's trying to be tricky. It's trying to be cheeky, and I'm not a fan of that.
Cryptid, but we don't know what cryptids are. But that's more what I'm trying to like.
Besides, if you start telling people that, they're just going to say, "Why were you out in the woods in that kind of weather? What's wrong with you?"
Well, we didn't want to stay in town because we had to get to the capital.
Sam.
She goes, I know, but I'm saying that's what people will say, and when you think about it, it is kind of dumb, even though we have our reasons to do it.
Yeah.
Should have woken Varbrong. He would have dealt with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Prefer not to sleep at night anyway.
Well, the problem is, wrong. Well, I say problem. It had this. Well, oh wait, Rahala wasn't affected when she got out.
I think it was.
There was something to it from your description. Maybe I just didn't see it clear enough.
Well, at first I was drawn in by it wrong. So imagine you also potentially being drawn in by it. I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, they would have been pretty bad, pretty cool for all of us.
What's
Demi
worse
find
is
too many things attractive. Varbrong does not have this problem.
Well, what's worse is
those Demi.
I didn't really know. It kind of felt like how it felt when I was dead. So
that's
I've never
concerning.
died. I also do not have this problem.
He clearly does not understand what you're talking about.
no, that's perfectly fine because Lamia's not communicating well enough.
Sam's going to bed. Fuck y'all. He's going to bed.
Right.
Sure.
Sam, I thought you were first watch.
Curses foiled by facts.
He's taking first watch with the freaking comfort cloak on, even though he doesn't need it. Cool.
He's got
All
like
right,
toothpicks, keeping his eyes open because he's really exhausted.
Yes. Okay.
At least you're not exhausted via the stat thing.
Could be worse. I could be every time I go to sleep, I could be chased by some weird sleep demon.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah.
It could be exactly that thing. Yeah, it could be exactly the thing.
Hey, how about not my watch?
Well, we got above the 30%, so it's fine.
Yeah, I missed the event.
And honestly, on your watch would have been the best time because look at your perception.
Yeah.
Or would it have been? Because if that thing comes back and then he sees it and fails, it's better to not see it.
Yeah, if Sherlhawk's waking you up, there's a problem.
Sorry, the only thing I think of is this one time I was standing outside Raven at work, and a homeless guy did like a right angle turn to walk towards me, and I just did this, and he did another right angle turn away from me. I'm like, no. don't come over here and start asking me for shit. You're not even supposed to be here. Like,
right.
Like, well, I'm just watching you walk through, and you're like, oh.
Okay. So, you guys get back on the road in the morning, and you're pretty fortunate that you're only dealing with the edge of whatever this storm is. We'll say through the night, it is not the most restful sleep you've had. Any of you on watch quickly realize that it's a much more active watch than normal. Because not only are you now a bit more paranoid, because even though you're on a main road and stuff, with what's going on around you, it's tough to let your guard down, because there's so many places things can come from, and you just encountered one of them. But also, that wind is so goddamn strong that you can hear in the distance, you can hear some trees actually are falling. Now, obviously, they were probably already, some of them might have been dead or whatever else, right? They might have just not been in a good spot, but you can definitely hear it happening, or you hear, lightning is striking or whatever, some of them being knocked down. Thankfully, the rain is fierce enough that it's not going to start a fire, not right now, but you can hear that there's a lot going on. And occasionally, you're having to go over and, restake tents and other things as they're getting just, flapped around and whatnot when the wind's hitting, to try to make sure that your companions don't suddenly wake up with their tent flying into the air. And that's what you're having to do on your watch. It's very active. It's very tough to, just kind of settle in and look around and that kind of thing. But when you get to the end of it, you're rested, yes, enough that you're able to recover. But I imagine some of you who are, have to prepare spells and that kind of thing in the mornings might even be just let's just get on the wagon. Let's just pack this. I'll study later. I'll meditate later. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah. Let's just go.
You're not even sure you'd be able to concentrate. And I imagine Sam is probably okay with that now that he's actually had a full night's rest.
Yeah.
But you know that it's only going to get a bit worse, but you can stay ahead of it. But cool. So, and the animals are better, thankfully. A bit frazzled, but they've at least gotten to not be carrying things and running around, and have gotten, pampered to whatever degree they could. So, very, very early, wee hours of the morning, you guys are, pulling your tents and stuff up, getting things packed back onto the wagon and the carriage, and hitting the road. It sucks out here, and honestly, it's just getting scarier. So you guys keep moving. I'm assuming you move at your careful pace again now that you know the worst of it is over. Cool. 16 point. Close enough. Sweet. So at the end of that next day of camping, we'll stop going day by day after this, but at the end of that next one, you can pretty confidently tell the difference between where you were and where you are. It's very obvious you are moving outside of this storm rather than further into it. You're just very fortunate that it seemed to already be coming up from a more southwestern angle than it was straight west to east. But you can tell the difference. Even though it's still raining hard, it still sucked. It's still about as bad as it was when you went to the mine. It is way more manageable than what you were experiencing just a few hours prior. You're pretty sure if that's what you were traveling in, you would not have made it over here. The wagon wouldn't have stood up to it. Your animals wouldn't have stood up to it. Some of you wouldn't have stood up to it. The other thing you note as you're coming towards the end of your day is you can see something on the side of the road. It does look like there's another carriage pulled up over there. And as you get closer and closer, finally able to make out some details, especially Sam. You can see that a lot of the things, like the goods, or I shouldn't say goods, the gear, belongings and things that were in that carriage, some of them are like strewn out across the ground and like are hanging out of it and being like blown away in the wind and that kind of stuff. You don't see any people near it.
Well,
say hello.
I said, well,
oh, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at chat. Sorry, I just noticed it. Look, I'm trying to think of this reminds me so much of when I was watching somebody play The Walking Dead, the Telltale game, where it's a zombie apocalypse and they find a station wagon full of shit and nobody's there, so they're like, free stuff, you know. But we don't know if they're gone or not, you know.
No, and then later in that series of episodes, they come back and it was like, my wife was. Well, it wasn't my wife, but
yeah, they noticed like a coat that they had or something like that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I guess yeah, I'll look for like signs of struggle or any evidence.
You actually go and approach it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. You get up. You walk over to it.
I will save.
I imagine you're being careful. Right. I imagine
it comes out of the like that.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff you're seeing just scattered around. Some of it is like items of clothing. Some appears to be just like mushed like hardtack and like barley cakes and other like rations and things that have been like obviously rained on heavily, stomped on, that kind of stuff. Just like pushed into the dirt at this point. You definitely you see like a pair of boots, or I say a pair. You see a boot that was probably in a pair at one point. It's not like it's been ripped apart or anything, just separated from its owners. That's the sense you're getting from all of the things you're finding. They're someone's, or a lot of someone's belongings that have been thrown all over the place. You actually approach the actual carriage itself and like look into it and that kind of thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. You get there. You can see that it's like obviously drawn, closed and everything. And it actually seems to be strapped properly. So it's kind of odd that there's like items and things hanging out of it. To pull the ties, they immediately blow open and you can see there appears to be, 5 dead bodies inside the carriage. Now they, unlike all of the belongings, do not appear disheveled or like tossed around. Their clothing is wet and that kind of stuff because it's just been sitting out here for however long and it's just, you can't keep these completely watertight. But they all look, if you didn't know any better, and if they didn't have their throats cut, you would swear that these were just people asleep in this carriage.
Well, they're all dead. Right?
They don't move.
All right.
You can see obvious, like, cut all the way through.
Yeah. I guess the quickest way I could tell is, are they cold to touch?
So you get in and are you gonna like kind of examine them further?
Yeah.
Sure. Give me a heal check.
It's gonna be stupid, basically.
I know.
Oh, hopefully. I've said that. I've willed it into existence. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
That's still pretty damn high. Keeping the 26?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So you start to examine them. They are cold. None of them are breathing. They don't look like they've decomposed or anything like that at all. They seem very fresh. The wounds also seem pretty fresh, other than just the constant water that's been on them has artificially aged them. I guess it's not the right word, but you know what I mean. It's kind of accelerated things a little, but they're not rotting. They haven't been out here very long. If you had to guess, and you do, but at least it's drawing an inference, this is in the last day, 2 at the most. You would be very surprised if it was even full 2 days. And examining the throat wounds, they're almost... the cuts are almost the exact same on each of them. Like, it's... I wouldn't call it surgical, but it is... It is weird how closely the wounds on each of their throats mirrors each other. Clearly, whoever did this has done it many times. They use the proper technique, so that it severed not only carotid but jugular all the way through the other carotid. These people's clothes aren't even bloody. No signs that they struggled either. Their hands aren't bound. Nothing like that.
How were the back in the mansion for the Markham Manor? How were those people killed again?
They were brutalized. It was
okay.
They were purposely. It was purposely extremely violent to make it difficult to tell the method.
But it was. That's right. It was okay.
This
is very clean.
Clean.
Is there a sign of a campfire?
Just
you look for a sign of a campfire.
Yeah.
Okay, you hop. I don't know if anyone else is doing anything at this point. This has obviously been a few minutes.
If I can't see it from the carriage, I'm not jumping out to go look. I mean, it's just a.
Even still, checking them medically takes a few minutes. So
yeah.
I don't know if anybody else would be just waiting on you or doing anything else.
Yeah.
But
I'd probably be snooping around.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe Sam hollers you see a campfire, and Eli, you're still outside the carriage. Yeah. You can see where one was, which further tells you that this was not that long ago, because that would be gone quickly. In this weather, that'd be gone quickly.
Yeah.
Lamia's keeping an eye out.
Okay, perception. You can examine the carriage further or anything like that if you want to. I'm just waiting to hear how you proceed.
I'll keep that.
Nothing immediately.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hi.
Well, a part of me wants to put these people on the ground and do right by them, but also the other part of me wants to get the hell out of here. So.
Well, I guess figure out which part we're listening to. I'm going to cast Detect Magic and just look around.
Okay.
Not for anything specific, but just to look.
Boop, please. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. And give me a perception.
Doke.
Oops.
Perception.
$18. Nice. Keeping the 18?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Okay.
I get my campaigns mixed up. Did I get an extending or a collapsible shovel, or is that a different campaign?
You got a folding shovel, yes.
Okay.
It was on the bandits' bodies. They had all the the harnesses with the tools. Yeah.
Yeah, last week.
Look, sometimes I get this campaign and Fridays crosswired, weirdly sometimes.
They're so alike.
Yeah, they're not. But I was like, look, first of all, collapsing or folding shovels definitely something I could have gotten that game.
Yeah, it is. You missed out on a lot of random items that Gully got and a lot of banter with the head. But
Yeah.
anyways, back to what we were doing.
Yeah. So at 18 with Detect Magic. Thankfully, you cast Detect Magic because you do notice something that you're very, very glad you noticed before you walked into it. There is a magical emanation nearby. You haven't walked through it yet. It's just barely seeming to encompass part of where that campfire is, and a little bit further into the woods.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me a spellcraft check.
All right.
Or sorry, Knowledge Arcana first. For the aura. You have to identify the aura. Easily done. Faint Abjuration. And now you can give me the spellcraft to see if you can identify the spell. Keeping the 18.
I'll roll luck on this one. 19.
Somehow I knew.
Well, Faint means it's not that high of a level spell.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but I wanted to try and get over 20 still.
Fair. Well, thankfully, 19 is more than enough.
That's good.
You realize that this emanation you're seeing is for the alarm spell.
Okay.
You obviously haven't walked through it, so you haven't triggered it. But clearly, someone wanted some kind of alarm when anyone walked through this area and went either to the campfire or past it into the woods.
Okay, yeah.
Like maybe if you were to go bury some bodies.
Yeah, I will explain that to the group. Like, somebody alarmed this area.
So we're setting a card on fire. Okay, cool.
Does it remind you of the kind of alarm that Vaskil had put on those bells?
I mean, alarm is alarm is alarm. I didn't see any specific casting signature or anything.
Okay, I
but it is
just
the same
thought
spell.
I'd ask.
Yeah, that is the same spell, but that's why I mean, alarm is all the same spell. So, yeah, no, I mean that makes sense. It's just I don't know. Can't really tell any difference.
It's just a lot of this kind of reeks.
Oh yeah, the skill and precision it was done with for sure. This is definitely something that a very prominent assassin could have done easily.
So what do we do?
I don't know, honestly.
Give me an intelligence check.
Who?
Eli. Nah, let's be Eli.
Cool. Look out, that's what we do. I'm not feeling very strong.
with a 6, I can't really give you much. Sorry, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, look, I really don't know. I mean,
is there like a range?
It stops raining when that guy shows up. Usually, if we tried to lure him in, we could try and make a trap by triggering the alarm spell. But I don't really want to have to fight this guy out in the open.
Is there a range for making the alarm go off, or could we walk around it?
I mean, I can see where the alarm set area is triggered. We could easily traverse the alarm spell.
But the problem is there's still these bodies, and if other people come, they may genuinely want to be putting them away.
Well, setting the alarm off just lets him know that they would disturbed, or the area was disturbed. I mean, it's not like it explodes like that book I read.
Right, but the issue is maybe he's just waiting for someone to trip that alarm. And hey, if that one person or people that he's looking for don't come, well, there's just more bodies to add on top of the pile.
Sure. So we do what Sam said and we get rid of the bodies.
Yeah. Sam is already like crossing their arms and saying like some rights to Mr. Guy. Like,
yeah. I'll give Lami an intelligence check too, since she's thinking so hard about it.
We still have the amulet.
Which amulet?
The amulet with the
Lamia's not feeling any better.
The the magic-y amulet.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we still have that.
The Fang one, yeah.
Yeah, the Fang amulet. I wonder if that would make it not work.
I wonder.
It had weird properties.
You're the one that had the amulet, and I had the it's not the Fang, it's the it was similar to the Fang. I have a brooch of the Cult of the Ravenous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I had the Fang thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you did.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
I don't have those with me.
I could try, but the problem is I don't want to set it off. Right?
Yeah.
Like on accident. So...
Okay. I'll give Sam an intelligence check now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sam is done doing that stuff. He's now paying attention to what they're doing.
Please, Sam.
Somebody be smart.
Hey, look, man, if I get this, I'm never letting y'all live this down.
It can't be helped. I rolled Patrick's number, for fuck's sake.
We're all real dumb today. Just this lack of sleep and dealing with a crazy creature in the woods has really made us all real.
I mean, to be
stupid.
fair, both y'all just have a +2. I just have a +1. So, like,
yeah,
it's not.
We
that
also
big a difference.
It's not like we're
rolled
that, like
pretty
radically
bad.
different. Yeah,
They just rolled
what I
so
mean.
bad.
Like it's
okay.
Ability checks are not super high, but none of us rolled even moderately high. You know,
Right? Yeah, you rolled a 4 and a 2.
Yeah. So
on the other hand, Sam
this
rolled
ain't
a
about that
fucking
modifier,
19,
guys. Yeah.
getting a total of 20, which is a very high ability check.
Yeah.
You gonna keep it at 20, or you gonna alter that in any way?
you know that you can't set these too high because they are just ability checks, not like a skill or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking you set the DC not crazy high because it's like cool. With a natural 20, it would have been a 21. So I think I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep a 20.
A 20 is quite good. Okay. So with that, I can give you 1. Yes, he sees an alarms over there, right? But there was a lot of time between you getting out and examining this and then him coming to check. There could have been another alarm.
Oh, that is
before
true.
he was able to look.
A different alarm.
That could have been tripped. And you're trained in spellcraft enough that when he says alarm, you also know that can be a mental alarm, so you would never know you tripped it, but whoever said it would. And 2, having that other one over there and having these bodies all here, if someone knew the kind of people you were, they would know that this is a task that will keep you here for a few hours. Someone wants you to stay here and waste time.
Ellie asked where the advantage Snell thing is. I think she means the.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Fortune, yeah. Fortune, I think.
Oh shit, that page closed. It'll be just a second.
But you know what, Sam? What do you tell us?
I think this is going to take a lot of time that we don't have.
Okay.
So either we take these bodies with us.
No.
Yeah. Or we just set fire to it, or we just, I've already said some stuff to Mr. Gaia. Said some things and did all that. You might just call it good, and it's the next person's problem.
But
I gotta get out of here.
But he literally might be waiting just for.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Fuck him.
I say he. We don't know who.
Yeah, we don't know who it is. It could have been that thing back in the camp. They could have been dumb and invited it in, and killed all of them, and ate their souls or something. I don't know.
So, yeah, I mean, I feel like burning the bodies.
I don't know if it
not-
had the
not
ability
a
to cast
terrible
spells.
idea.
Yeah.
In this weather, that's also going to take quite a bit of time.
Yeah, that's true.
Just
That
to
is
get a
not
fire hot
easy.
enough to even begin to
Yeah.
burn bodies. And even then, probably won't last without you tending to it.
I'm gonna go with what I originally did, and I've said the rights as well as I know them.
Okay.
Sam, why are you trying to get us to move on?
Well, because he said that they were trying to stall us.
He
No, he didn't actually say
I
that.
said
She-
yeah.
Yeah, she
thought
asked him what he said.
that.
Yeah, I did say that this is going to take too much time that we don't have.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Yeah, because, we don't have the time for this then, is what I'll say.
It's
I guess I could get to that point of, and if he did kill these things, these people, I know my first instinct was we got to bury him, put him in the ground. That takes a long time. So, could be what he wants. He might just want us to not keep moving,
what?
I've had Burrow ready today. This would be a whole different story because I get this handled really quick, but I did not take it today. I have Cure Major Wounds.
Well, I'll ask what the point of that was. I guess you might be right. I don't know why, but okay.
Well,
Well,
we are trying to go stop his boss.
Well, we're trying to
Needs
stop
time.
Smooth Hand.
Sure.
Well,
No, but we were specifically also going to go stop the husband.
Yeah,
Whatever
probably,
his freaking name
As far
is.
as they know, that's what you're doing. They obviously don't know about the smooth hand thing.
Yeah. So we're there to stop that guy as well, and I'm pretty sure he wants to do whatever it is he's doing without us, sticking our noses in it.
Papa Modric, whatever his name is.
Look, his wife is a lot scarier than he is, so I remember her name. He's plenty scary. She's just scarier.
Ollie, you got your fortunate fate back.
Oh, thank you, Ellie. Okay, then I guess we should leave and maybe make note to it to somebody outside it. I mean, when we get to a town.
I mean, it wouldn't be. Look, we wouldn't be lying if saying that we're in no condition to stop and dig some graves for these folks.
Yeah, that's true. We're really not.
Sam, can you get back in the car? I mean, I said cart. Yeah, cart is fine. Get back in the cart.
However, we do need money, so I kind of start patting one of the pockets. Like, did he leave
My
money?
goodness.
Yeah, I'm gonna check.
Checking the pockets. Good God.
Damn, I will leave.
They do not have any coin on them.
Cool. Okay, so he stole all this stuff too.
But you
Good
do
to
find. But you do find that one of them has a small silver locket in their pocket.
A locket in their pocket, you say?
Yes, indeed. One of them has that. Another has a small, like, waxed paper wrapped necklace. It's not the best way to carry these, but
a what?
It's literally like a necklace that's been wrapped in like waxed paper to keep it from drying or getting super wet. That's got like twine and stuff to keep it like closed. Looks like it was like a kind of a makeshift job done. Okay.
Like instead of a Ziploc, they did this. Yeah, like it.
Yeah, because they don't have Ziplocs. So another person also has what looks like a oh god, what's the word I'm looking for? Bracelet. I was like, the fuck is they have like a small bracelet that is in a pouch on their side. It looks like it's just like wood with like a few like, what do you call it, precious stones, just kind of interesting looking stones that have been like crafted into it.
Did any of those things
like completely soaked?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Did any of those things have crests on it, like a family crest or anything identifying?
Not that you recognize.
Okay. Cool. I'm not gonna take any of that.
Yeah, those things.
Yeah.
If they have family or something, they might recognize these things, but
yeah,
you don't. No coin, though.
Is the locket open?
No.
No. Okay. Didn't know if it was like a locket or like more just like a pendant or whatever.
Yeah. No, it's closed. It's you can open it, but it's currently closed.
No. Oh, sorry. That's what I was asking. Does it open?
Does it open? Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah. Not is it open? Yeah. My bad. I didn't enunciate my words.
Yes, it does. You can see that on the inside is a little lacquered, like wooden. The word board isn't the right word, but it's like it's got like a wooden piece in it. Yeah.
Yeah, like a relief.
And you can see. Thank you. Yes. And you can see that they have like wood burned in what appears to be some kind of hearth crest that you don't recognize.
Yeah, I guess I'm taking that one. That's a good question. Based on the position of the cart, were they coming from the west, or were they? Which way were they headed? Because I assume the cart's going to be pointed whichever way they were going.
Right. It appears like they were headed the same direction as you, so they were headed towards Kanhanlai.
Okay. Good to know. The only thing I don't know about it is that spell being over there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want somebody else to trip it.
Right.
So I don't know if I should just like let y'all get like a couple 100 yards away and I'll run over there, run through it, and then jump in the cart.
I mean, you can. All it does is alert somebody, though. It's not like the spell is going to harm them in any way.
And that's the other thing, is I jumped up in this cart. He could have had one on this cart, too. Or whoever.
Sure.
Well, we were thinking it's this guy, Beskeel.
Sure. So I guess I could buy that if you wanted to go trigger that so he thinks we're doing the burial thing.
Yeah.
That way we're at least hopefully kind of covering what we're doing.
Yeah. I'll just I found this locket on one of them. Has some kind of crest on the inside. Y'all are more familiar with the houses here than I am. Will y'all take a look at it for me? I'll hand it to you.
Can we do that while we move?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys
I'll let y'all start headed out, and I'm gonna do that thing where I don't know. Do I have to physically walk through, or can I like throw a rock at alarm? I don't know how alarm works. The player does not know how alarm works.
Yeah,
it has to be a creature. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Creature size tiny or larger.
Oh, well, good thing I have a bird that can fly real fast.
Yeah, he does not like flying in this weather, but he can do it.
Yeah.
He's a strong enough flyer to do it. Because he's big.
I could probably do it easier though. I'd rather risk myself than.
Oh, he's much faster than you.
I know, but like.
And he's also big. Yeah, he's not at risk of getting blown away or anything. If he was like actually tiny, then yes, but he's small.
Okay, we'll do that then. I'll ride along and I'll convince him somehow to do that. I found a snail somewhere. We rolled a 1 at least once this match.
Straw-Hawk's brave.
Yeah.
He's a good soldier. He'll do it. Okay, so that's the plan. You guys get fairly far away, and you have him fly over, trip it real quick, and fly back.
Yeah. That way, we at least give the impression that we're still here, putzing around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you do so, and then you trundle on down the road. Now, here's the question: this was 7 hours into your 8-hour travel.
Mm-hmm.
So you have an hour left. Gets you about a mile, like what, 1.8 miles away. Let me double check. 1 hour.
So we would have stayed up
1.5
big
miles
holes anyway. So.
Yeah, 1.5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
That gets you 1.5 miles further. Do you want to push to get even further from that site, or are you gonna just settle 1.5 miles away from it?
I hate it that, I mean, we only got one day where we got to kind of rest.
Yeah, but I think we should push.
I also think we should push.
Okay.
Did we heal the damage completely on all the horses?
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask. Did the horses look fine? Okay, cool.
No, they healed 2 HP per horse.
Cracked my knuckles. The one that was big damage, the one that had like 6 damage and then something else.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting this one.
Nice.
He's fine, and I saved it. Cool. I guess the other one, fuck it, why not? The next one gets this as well.
It will help because they are still fatigued because they didn't heal all their damage.
Good God.
Nice.
Well, how am I making the saves on the level 3 spells? Like, what the fuck?
Keep rolling good. Okay. Both of the extra horses are fine.
Cool. Let's see how far I can run this.
I think Ginger.
Okay, cool. Well, wait.
Yeah, all of them would still have damage. They only have 2 hit dice, so they only heal 2 overnight.
Oh, okay. No, I mean some of them had way
yeah.
more than the other in damage wise.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, he just took care of both of the worst ones already.
I rolled a 16 heal and then a 19 heal. So
and now Ginger's fully healed.
yeah, with a 12. So Ginger didn't really get that hurt anyway.
It's because you're healing. It's because you're healing animals. That's why it's working.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Right,
there we go. What was that one for? Nyx?
That was either Nyx or Chetla.
Let's do Chetla. I feel bad for Chetla.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And Nyx gets a cure light.
It's probably enough. I think Nyx only had like 4. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. But I still take it out.
All right.
I just want to know if I get woken up in the middle of the night, if I have one.
Yeah.
Or how many I have.
So they're healed right before they take more damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see if I still have the. All the setting.
I'm like, oh, I'm feeling better. Okay, guys, we're gonna keep going.
Right.
Hey, by the way, it's gonna be a rough night.
I don't like this. He looks really sad that he's healing us. He's gonna make us do something we don't want to do.
Right?
It's like when you get a whole bunch of health items in a game and you're like, what is this game about to make me fight?
Oof. All right, Chatla takes 2, Nyx takes 4, Ginger takes 6, random horse number 1 takes 6, and random horse number 2 for once does not take the most damage, takes 2. But it does get you a full 3 miles now away from that site instead of just the 1.5 miles, which I will tell you was the threshold for getting all the way out of that event. So you make it away from that, and a little bit further out of the worst of that storm. And actually, the weather's not nice out here, but it is a little bit better. It's not too terribly far, right? It doesn't dodge you all the way out of it or anything, but it does help. You think as you keep going north, hopefully this trail just gets easier and easier. So you guys rest. All the horses are going to heal too. So only 3 of them still have damage. And you guys are all going to recover some. I don't know if any of you have any more damage at this point. But you guys will recover and then head out. So I will just tell you, I have no other events for you right now. That was them. So you're gonna make it to Kanhanlai. 3.5 in 2 more days. So you get 2 more days behind you, so it gives the horses time to recover fully. And you finally make it to the city. You are on the last leg of your journey to the capital. But first, you gotta go get some drugs. Which will happen next session.
Cool.
Because that is the end of our session today.
Yeah.
Talking about dergs. Which are fun for everyone. Fun for the whole family. Exit screen.
Exit screen.
Oof. Well, that was fun. Did you guys enjoy that? Did you have fun?
I did. The whatever weird monstrosities are always fun.
Yeah,
Terrifying.
always fun when I get to roll a will save. Love it.
That's why you have Iron Will.
17.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's great that my Iron Will has always done me very good.
Like, oh my god, it was only DC 17.
Very good.
You're overreacting.
I hope everyone had fun tonight. Thank you for joining us.
I'll do the closest stuff. I gotta use bathroom.
Apparently Panda has to use the bathroom. So.
Yeah.
But you know who doesn't have to use the bathroom? Me. And I'll be on Lost Initiative tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll be doing that tomorrow at Lost Initiative. It'll be pretty fun. Because, I don't know, we're doing stuff. We're probably going to try to start dealing with Beltran's bitch ass because, you know, he's being a bitch ass bitch. Which, you know, you just gotta deal with them. When they pop up, you gotta deal with them.
Yeah,
so that'll be happening. That'll be happening. And then next week, I'll be running 2 streamed games. I'll be running this one, and then the next day on Lost Initiative, I will be running the first of a short series that will be what's the word for not sequential?
Non-sequential?
Yeah, that one. I'll be running a non sequitur. I'll be running the first of a spread out mini series over on Lost Initiative. That'll be pretty fun. But this week I'll just be playing a bard. So yeah, hopefully I see you over there and you enjoy your time. And then we see you back here next week for more. I'm not going to say the tagline yet because Dave hasn't done the plugs. All right, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, that's true. We have a Discord. You should join it. There's a link thingy in the description of all the stuff. If you're on Twitch, remember the replays of this come out on Monday on YouTube, so you can always check those out and do all the like and subscribe and get all of the backlog of all of our content as well. If you're on YouTube, we stream live every Tuesday on Twitch. Come interact with us in the Discord. You can also join our Patreon at patreon.com/unnatural_1s, where we have many more much things that we do that you can join for as low as $1 or more. We got hangouts, we got podcasts, we got other stuff. I don't know. There's lots of things. Tons of content to go through.
Damn straight. But for now, we gotta find somebody to raid.